What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's May 1st, 2026, Labor Day, which is a normal working day here in the Netherlands. But most of Europe has a day off, has a long weekend, and that you can tell, or at least I could tell on my way over here. I'm a few minutes late because of the traffic density already underway. It's a lovely day, the sun is shining abundantly, and we're back at the Polderbaan for another day of arrivals. The wind is still blowing pretty fiercely from the east-southeast, so not much has changed since yesterday, at least not with respect to the weather. Current runway use, the north-south runways are open. Crosswind is closed for the time being. Not sure if it is going to open up later or if it is going to stay closed. We'll have to see. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined already. Maria, good evening. Wolfgang, good morning. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Klaas. QJ, Mark, Bobbers, Al-Mustafa, good morning. And Floris, goedemorgen, good morning. Floris, aka Anaconda, is celebrating 27 months of membership, 27 months of amazing Schiphol coverage, he writes. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 2 years and 3 months if I did my math correctly this early morning. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Floris. If it isn't, do let me know what you feel needs to be changed or improved, and I'll get on it to see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Always nice whenever you are in the opportunity to come and visit physically, like a couple of weeks back. Gezellig at Runway 27. I hope you'll keep enjoying the streams for many more months to come, Floris. Thank you so much for the support and congratulations, 27 months and counting. I'm standing a bit further away from the excrement bridge because this little bush right there was a little in the way yesterday of the view on the airplanes. Now, means we are a bit closer to the fertilizing action, or at least I'm assuming they are going to start fertilizing here. The patch of land that we saw yesterday. Oh yeah, there's well, no need to ask. Here's our first delivery of manure. The green tank, or is it, no, it's a blue tank, isn't it? Or oh, there's two. So the blue and green tanks are manure tanks, and the yellow truck is going to fill one up probably. A very good morning to everybody who joined. Happy Friday, Labor Day, or at least in the Netherlands, Labor Day is is assumed to be a working day. I love work. I can look at people working for hours. Oh, arriving. Any odd protrusions? Yes, there's one. That's definitely a fixed appendage that you normally don't see on other 737s. What's in store for today, you might wonder? Not much in terms of quads. Unfortunately, only one 747 underway before the A380. The A380 I thought was expected around 1:15. A very good morning to all who joined. Marijke, Sarah, good morning ladies. Krista, good morning. Miss Magic Memories, good morning. Wouter, goedemorgen. And Maria is also celebrating today. Still here with a little interruption last week. Yes, again, don't know what happened there. I didn't even know I was capable of doing that through the live chat on my phone. Learn something new every day. If only I knew how Marissa got you back. But I'm happy that she did. And I'm also happy to say congratulations on 31 months, Maria. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hope that the modding is too. If either of the two is no longer to your taste, do let me know. 01 Mike D is also celebrating. Awesome, he writes, 7 months of membership. Thank you so much for your support as well, Mike. Hope that everything in the lounge is also to your satisfaction still. If not, hit me up. Let me know what needs to be changed or improved. And I'll see what I can do to make things better for all of you. A warm welcome to everybody who has joined. So, manure. Or at least they're prepping. I think they're going to inject some manure in the field that they prepared yesterday. So apparently they didn't sow yet, but they did prep the soil. Looks much more even now than it did yesterday before the tractor went over it. So I'm thinking they're probably going to, well, maybe they're doing it all at once. I'm not sure if that's common. They're going to sow first, then fertilize. It seems that you may be able to do it together. I'm not sure. I'm no agriculture expert by any means, but it could be that they're doing they're going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If anybody knows more, do chime in. I'm just registering what is happening around me. I'm not always sure I'm interpreting things correctly. And Sita says that there is a Chinook over Hoofddorp. I thought I heard something as well, but I'm trying to see if I can locate it. Oh yeah, I found it. There's a gentleman standing behind me. If he can stand a little to the side, thank you. Because it is right over there at the Floriade-terrein. Do you see it? It's a little bit left of where the pyramid is. Do you see it as well? Yeah, the gentleman here sees it as well. Quite typical sound. In the meantime, we're missing out on EasyJet landing behind us. Hope you guys don't mind. Well, was that an inspection of the dunes at Noordwijk? Because there was a fire there yesterday as well. May well be that this is just a check to see if everything is still okay and under control. Lots of fires here in the Netherlands last couple of days. Interestingly, a lot of them started right next to military practice areas. So there's now a discussion about whether or not our military forces should be allowed to practice when the weather conditions are so dry as they have been here recently. Oh, lovely. Oh, is he going to do a lap around the tower? Nah, continuing on its way, I think. They have better things to do than... Or are they going for the main tower? Of course, they might go for the main tower. Landed at Amsterdam, Dutchie says. So, that's a hotel. The hotel where, during the NATO summit, the American president was initially supposed to be staying. Until he got invited to stay with the king. Olaf says he's waving at you. Wouldn't that be awesome? Alright, let's quickly turn back because there are, of course, airplanes landing here and we don't want to miss the widebody, the first widebody of the show. Delta Airlines Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City in Utah. A330 Neo, 9 hours 16 minutes. The flight time, the November 432 Delta X-Ray. First flight January 2025 means it's a year and 4 months old now. A very good morning to all who joined. Steven also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. And of course, all of the And 1 Whitcomb's son is on AC900. Oh, that's next, isn't it? Yep. I will definitely look at the replay, Olaf. Think this might well be a nice subject for a short. Now, I do think they're toying around the tower. La 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 la. Yeah, they're doing a lap around the tower. One greeting and then on their way again? Looks like it, yeah. Air Canada Flight 900, bank robber livery, arriving from Montreal, Canada, 6 hours 11 minutes on the way. And this is a proper Canadian airplane, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to the registration. It's Charlie Golf Hotel, Quebec, Quebec. It's Quebec squared. If that's not a true Maple Leaf, I don't know what is. 11 years old, first flight December 2014. Stephen asking what I thought I also noticed, that the blades are turning in opposite direction, and I think that would make sense to offset the counter reaction, just as why regular helicopters have tail rotors to offset the main rotor counter movement. It would make sense. Not only did you see it correctly, it's also physically it also makes sense in the physics way. Anyway, I was already wondering when it would happen, because I was sure you would come back to celebrate. Roy Oerlemans also back in the chat to celebrate that he has become a member of the still elite club of 3-year members. Congratulations, Roy. Good to see you again. Hope all has been well. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Congratulations, a veteran member of AMS Live, Roy Oerlemans. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat. Congratulations on 36 months, buddy. Hope that your 3 years in the lounge have been to your liking. If that's not the case, then why didn't you say something? Let me know if anything needs to be improved or if you have suggestions for improvements. Roy Oerlemans, also now one of the select few who has a 3-year badge. Congratulations and thank you so much, Roy. Hope you'll keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. More stuff that I'm seeing. What's this? Oh, that's the Chinook. I thought, is that a drone? That can't be, because that drone intercepting radar is still over there. Monzi, good morning, mate. And congratulations on 12 months. Another member who has gone green here at AMS Live. Monzi celebrating 12 months of membership. 1 year in the pocket. And double this as a subscriber. Yes. Well, thank you so much for your support, my friend. Hope that everything has been to your liking. I know I sound like a broken record, but I mean it. If you have any improvements, any suggestions, let me know. They're already rolling out the hose to fertilize. The quad is driving it. In the meantime, they're tanking the tanks full. Oh, and another one has arrived. They're going for it with 2 tractors, I think. I think they're going to prepare 2 fields at once, next to one another, by the looks of it. Again, Monzi, thank you so much for your support. Congratulations on a year of membership, and I hope everything is still to your liking. 737 KLM arriving from Paris. I'm also intrigued by the contraption that is in the front of the tractor that's now approaching. What a big unit. Oh no, it's not in the front, it's in the back because it is the fertilization setup. That's to inject the manure between the crops on the ground. Donald Duck has arrived on the scene as well. So it's already quite bustling here. Not only is Donald Duck over here, Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, also here. Look at his beautiful hair in the wind. Is that his mate in the background? Oh, is that? No, that's the cousin of Donald. So it's quite busy over here. LATAM Airways is up next, so let us turn back. The recently begun service from LATAM between Sao Paulo and Amsterdam, and have a look at this lovely 3-airplane glide slope shot. It's perfect timing for Captain Jerry, and he is here as well, celebrating 37 months of membership. Mayday, 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 we need more members, he writes. And that's something that exactly John McKenzie took care of, gifting no less than 20 memberships. Mate, that is incredible. John, don't spend money on the channel that you might need yourself. That goes for everybody. I don't want any of you guys to be spending any money on AMS Live that you may need yourself. Thank you so much for such stupendous generosity, John. I hope that everybody who just received a membership from you will say thank you or has already said thank you. Enjoy the custom emojis that are now at your disposal, recipients of gifted memberships. There are 34 that you can use, and they don't come on a budget. There is no limit to how much and often you can use them. In fact, the more inappropriately you can think of ways to use them, the more fun they get. So make sure to have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to John if you're one of the 20 recipients of his gifted memberships. Incredibly generous. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And John, thank you so much. That is stupendously generous. Amazing. Thank you so much, man. LATAM Dreamliner, flight 8078. Having arrived now from Sao Paulo. Little wheelie. And like Rick Meester yesterday, Captain Jerry already celebrating 37 months of membership. The first 2 members of AMS Live. At one point it was Captain Jerry, at one point it was Rick. I'm not sure who's the... I think you guys only differ 1 day. You're only 1 day apart now. I have no idea. You guys are definitely the first 2. And the first 2 members are already celebrating 37 months. It's incredible. Thank you so much, Jerome, for all the support. Congratulations. I hope that everything is still to your liking in the lounge. I assume it is, but if it isn't, do hit me up and let me know. You know how to reach me. United up next, 777-200 arriving from San Francisco. Flight 968, more manure underway. 2 tanks over here, and it's going to get smelly over here pretty soon. No doubt about it. Ruben asks, when is the first A380 or 747? I'll show you in a minute. I think the first 747 or A380 may be underway over there already. That's definitely a quad coming our way. Yes, I'm inclined to... Whoa. At first glance, I thought it's 747, but it's a 747, but... Let's return to it when it is a bit closer by. United Airlines, flight 968. 777-200. Now, oh wait, no, the quad is still there. Let's have a look at the quad first. And then there was a question about 747s and A380s, so... No. Still not entirely sure what this is. It looks a bit stubby and the wing's pretty fat. Is this an A380? Hard to see. Either way... Oh, hey, interesting. So now all airplanes overhead are producing contrails. I'm not sure if I... Yeah. So here is another one that is not too far away from the one we saw already. Hey, is this Austrian or... No. Something else. Edelweiss perhaps. I'm not sure. Next up, SAS flight 1553, and let's have a quick look on flight radar. You guys were also wondering what's the status quo with respect to 747s. There is one approaching Dutch airspace as we speak. Cathay, arriving from Hong Kong, should be here around 10:40. Hopefully they're not going to open up the center runway like they did yesterday for arrivals at 10:40, and they'll keep it at 11. So I'm not sure yet. Keep an eye out on it when it enters Dutch airspace, because it may as well go to the center runway. I'm hoping it's going to go to our runway, but I'm not sure yet. Emirates 130 ETA. Almost certainly going to go to center. The first 747 after that will not arrive here before the end of the afternoon. So unfortunately, it's not really a very busy, eventful day with 747s. From here, it looks more like a 747. Next up, KLM, flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan, where already we saw a Chinook helicopter. Now, not quite unique, we've seen them before, but we don't see them that often here. For a moment I thought, were those the firefighters, but they're not. They're just tractors who are driving around sand on the other side for the dike reinforcement project that's ongoing over there. Haven't seen firefighters yet. I'm not sure if they're going to do a round or if they already did their round and were really early this morning. Early this morning are also people over here already, quite a few. It's quite interesting. It's Labor Day, but here in the Netherlands it's a regular working day, interestingly. The rest of Europe has a day off. Not us. Now, I saw a few highlighted messages just now. Viewpoint with a very generous super chat, a pair character offering a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Viewpoint. Much appreciated. I'll definitely have a cup of coffee on your behalf later today. And also Buzz is celebrating 14 months of membership. Morning all, he writes. Good morning, Buzz. Hope all is well. Congratulations on 14 months. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. If not, do let me know what you feel needs to be improved, and I'll get on it to see what I can do to make things better. Congratulations and thank you so much, Buzz. 14 months a member. Now the tractors are continuing. I think they're working on the reinforcements both south and north of us. It's quite clear to see that they are parallel departing from center, 18 center and 18 left. And Fidel Castro is also hovering here. Seems that one of the manure trucks has emptied the tank and is on its way again. You'll probably see more of those yellow trucks here later to resupply the fertilizer tanks. I also see a BizJet on flight radar and visibility is excellent, top notch. There it is, BizJet from Rotterdam to Amsterdam. Going to runway 22. Embraer over here. In the foreground, KLM flight 980 having arrived from London City. Much to see here. A few things in the sky. I'm constantly looking around me to see what's going on. The field, the water, the sky. This is the next airplane arriving from South Africa. It is KLM flight 598, which is returning from Cape Town. Flight time almost exactly 11 hours, 10 hours 59 minutes. It's the PHBVR, Bravo Victor Romeo. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight May 2016. So we still have the crosswind. The airplanes are crabbing, but they're crabbing away from us, so it looks a bit less spectacular than when the wind is blowing from the west and the airplane's nose is in facing us. Oh yeah, why not? Boom! Very nice. Very nice indeed. More people in the chat. Polkapuk, B and Dutch. B and Dutch is celebrating 32 months of membership. Nice day to go out spotting. Have fun. I will definitely do that, mate. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. 32 months, that's 4 months shy. 2 years, 8 months. 4 months shy of that coveted new 3-year badge. Hope that everything in the lounge still has been to your satisfaction. And if not, then speak up, let me know. Congratulations and thank you so much for your long-lasting support, B and Dutch. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat and I hope you keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Check out this odd curve in the in the contour. I'm not sure what happened there, if that was a gust of wind, because you assume that the airplane itself was flying in a straight line, or if it was making a turn, it would be more gradual and longer. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Probably wind. But interesting to see nonetheless. It's nice to see... Oh, I was about to say it's nice to see that Gary Grebe isn't diving under constantly, but... Yeah. The moment you start the sentence already, he is acting on it. Wind on the scale of changing smoke currently is looking like so. Liwo, goedemorgen kerel. Lance, good morning mate. Inni Mini, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. Sunny but still a somewhat windy Schiphol airport. Now, this morning I heard on the radio that the weather services have issued a code yellow warning for tomorrow afternoon because of thunderstorms. Weather in the morning hours should still be good, but in the afternoon we might get thunder showers. From what I could tell on the Dutch Met Office's website is that the whole code yellow will apply to the entire country. We'll have to see. For now, I still am assuming tomorrow morning is still good, and we should at least do a stream tomorrow morning. Hans, goedemorgen. Jas, goedemorgen. German Mans, goedemorgen. Will, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you want to help this channel grow and reach a wider audience, there's plenty of room for more people, particularly on the Thursdays and the Fridays. Twin jet contrail almost directly in my zenith, moving west to southwest. Looks like it was a narrow body, but There is a Widebody in the background. That's Qatar. Qatar arriving from Doha. And after that, from the other side, 2 more Widebodies. So this is an A220, Croatia Airlines. And that should be followed by 3 Widebodies back to back if all is well. Alright, the 747 is in Dutch airspace, says Al Mustafa. So what runway has it been assigned to? That's what I'm wondering. Cathay Cargo, arriving from Hong Kong. Is it going to center? Will that open up in 20 minutes? Or is it still coming to 18 right? Please let it be 18 right. The name alone says it all. It's the right runway. In the meantime, Marco, goedemorgen. Marco Plaggenborg is celebrating 28 months of membership. Goedemorgen vanuit mijn werk, weer een maand erbij, he writes. That's Dutch for good morning from work, another month in the pocket. So it is. Congratulations and thank you so much, Marco. Gefeliciteerd en dankjewel. 28 months of membership. Amazing, amazing. I hope that everybody is still enjoying their membership. If not, speak up, let me know. That also goes for you, Marco. If anything is amiss, if you have any room, any suggestions for improvements, let me know. Expect 18 right, Jas says, so that's good, that's good. So the 747 may well be coming this way. Artzonen Grenzen, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. German Monster, good morning. Melody Deluxe, good morning. We flew this Tuesday past your position. Greetings from Albufeira. Ah, nice. Greetings back to Albufeira. Hope the weather is good over there. Probably sunny, but a bit warmer than it is over here. Waarom, Tarom? Why? That's why. Tarom flight 3601, arriving from Bucharest. Three consecutive Widebodies, if all is well. Now, starting with Qatar flight 8201, arrived from Doha. Is that Qatar Airways or is that Qatar Cargo? That's Qatar Cargo. Jerry asks, is Schiphol Airport under a rainbow warning for the incoming Queens? I didn't check the Met office for that, but it might well be the case, Jerry. It might well be the case. It always used to be Queen's Day yesterday, when we still had Queen Beatrix as our monarch. But we still have a 747 incoming. I'm not seeing any rainbow colors here yet, although depending on the way you look at it, over there's red, there's green. We know that there's also a blue fertilizer tank to the left of the green one. There's yellow. It is a rainbow of sorts, just not in the right order of appearance. Maxime, goedemorgen. Bald Pilot TV, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Mermelnator, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. This is Qatar Cargo flight 8201, arriving from Doha. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 74. That's an A330neo. Next after that, KLM flight 644, 78710. Nice mix of airplane types. In the foreground, Delta Airlines flight 74. A330neo arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. And at its 10 o'clock, we have KLM flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK. 78710. Hadi Gerrit, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody. So, has it been officially confirmed that the 747 is coming this way? That would be nice if they only opened up the center runway at 11 like they always used to do. Not exactly sure what the reason is, probably just a lot more incoming traffic. But usually there was an inbound traffic peak between 11 and 11:40 with 2 runways open. Lately it has every now and then been 20 minutes longer, starting at 10:40 until approximately 11:40. Although yesterday it did take much longer. I think it was until almost 12. I think they kept the center runway open an hour and 15 minutes or so yesterday. Relatively short amount of Polderbaan exclusive arrivals. It's the Team USA A330neo, Delta Airlines 74. Lewis says that the 747 is diverting to Hilversum. Ah, that's a bummer. Okay, show's over. Time to wrap up. No more Queen, so no more show here. What's the point of staying here if the Queen isn't coming to Schiphol? 747 for the Polderbaan. Awesome, great. That bodes well. Hope that means that center will not open before 11. 40 minutes, that's doable. An hour and 15 like yesterday, that's too much, that's too long. Also, what was up yesterday with ATC directing all the wide bodies from the west to the center runway instead of to the Polderbaan when it was still open? I mean, we say it jokingly, but honestly, sometimes you do think, are they screwing around with us on purpose? Sanders says that the Chinook is at the north part of Texel. Okay, interesting. So it landed at Huisterduin in Noordwijk at the hotel. Did a pass around the Tower of Schiphol. Now is at the northerly islands of the Netherlands. Interesting. Hey Jeff, good morning. ATC hates you. Yeah. Tell me something new. Hey Martin, good morning. Now, looking on Flight Radar, I can see a few wide bodies coming this way. The 747 is coming this way. It's being preceded by a Chinese triple. That's nice. The Chinese triple should be in the vicinity of Permanent, so I'm thinking it ought to be visible if only I knew exactly where I needed to point the camera. Oh yeah, I see a reflection just above the scale of chimney smoke. That's our 777 preceding the 747. 747 is still behind it at Marker Meer. The body of water it's now traversing is called Marker Meer. Okay, so according to Sander, the Chinook also touched down on the island of Texel. Interesting. Love you too, Jeff. Thank you so much. I'm happy that at least you guys are still loving me, and despite the fact that ATC doesn't. ATC, who needs them? Well, we do more than we want to admit, actually. All right. BA arriving from London Heathrow. You don't even have to look on Flight Radar to see. If it is an Embraer 190, it is arriving from London City. If it is not an Embraer 190 but an A320 family member. It's arriving from London Heathrow. Don't think BA services any other, or I should say, I don't think that BA flies to AMS from other airports than these two. Don't recall ever having seen a BA flight arriving from Manchester or Birmingham or whatever. It's always Heathrow or City. Now, and at City, only Embraer 190s can land, or smaller, or similar sized. The injecting has begun. So they're fertilizing the land over there. And you can see the hose running all the way back. Straight feed from the tank. Probably the blue one that's hidden from view by the tractor. .737 with a Karen cabin. The triple is being followed by the 747, which we can now see over there. This is Cathay Cargo Flight 3031, arriving from Hong Kong, and it's going to be landing here on the Polderbaan in a few moments from now. Now it's preceded by two widebodies, so I'm going to zoom out again and focus on those airplanes landing here as well, because I don't want to miss them. And they're already on the glide slope or turning onto the glide slope as we speak. Here in the foreground, the Dreamliner is KLM Flight 668 arriving from Austin in Texas, 7879. Turning in is the Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai. Wietse says that Centro is going to open for arrivals as well. Yeah, it's only 10:30, so the 747 made up a few minutes compared to its earlier estimated time of arrival. So it does mean that we are going to get an hour or so, if not more. Fingers crossed it's not going to be like yesterday, but we're probably going to have an hour of parallel arrivals then, at least. Jerry says ATC is waiting for you to buy them a kipcorn, fries and beer for lunch. Then they will use 18 right for quads. That is exactly the lunch that Captain Jerry had when we were headed over to the fries truck after the stream when he visited. It is exactly what he had for lunch. Mate, you really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. Thank you so much, Jerome, but really you didn't have to do that. Good times, good times. The fries truck has been downsized since you left. The truck that we were seated at, apparently I heard from somebody, didn't come through it didn't pass the MOT or something, the check, and it's a new truck. It's a smaller truck, but it's still run by the same person, the same guy who also baked our chips or fries. Yeah, that is exactly what Captain Jerry had for lunch when we had lunch over there. 747 is the last from the east for Polder, so we are lucky to see the 747. First queen of the show, ladies and gentlemen. And also, unless we are going to get bonus queens from Paris, probably the only queen of the show, Cathay Cargo Flight 3031. Being preceded by a widebody, so I am also going to film that landing. That's a Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai, China Cargo Airlines Flight 209. 11 hours and 5 minutes underway. 777 freighter. Charlie Brown is tuning in from Orlando, Florida. Good morning, Charlie, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching Schiphol Airport, AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan, the colloquial name of runway 18 right, 36 left, in use now for arrivals from the north as 18 right. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching. Together they know a lot, and we'll happily try to answer any questions you may be having. Toronto Cargo Airlines Flight 209 here in the foreground. 777 freighter, 11 hours 6 minutes underway. It's the Bravo 223 Foxtrot. 2 years old, it will turn 3 next month in June. Johan, tuning in from Vietnam. Good afternoon, mate. Sure. Little wheelie, battery landing, reversers. I'd say that's a full bingo card landing. Quickly turning back. Here is the first, and with a little bit of bad luck, only 747 of today's show. Cathay Cargo, flight 3031, arriving from Hong Kong. 7478, flight time 12 hours and 34 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Half a day and then some. It's the Bravo Lima Juliet India, 13 years old, first flight August 2012. And Mark H just now went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. May, thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. Mark H gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, to the 5 recipients. Have fun with the membership and the custom emojis now at your disposal for a month. And don't forget to say thank you to Mark H if you are one of the recipients. Mark, thank you so much and welcome new members. Absolutely lovely. More reversers. If you like landings like this, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Absolutely wonderful. Next up, KLM Flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. And let's see, I think 3 wide bodies. 3 narrow bodies and then another couple of wide bodies. Jordi, goedemorgen. Giant asks, what time comes A380 Emirates? Around 1:30, if all is well. Around 1:30. Jason asks, what camera you use? Have a look in the video description and you can find more information about the microphones and the camera and the tripod I'm using. It's a Canon XA60. You'll find more information in the video descriptions. So click expand and you will find more details. Hendrik, goedemiddag. René, good morning, guten Morgen. Greetings back to Bremen. Pim asks, where are you positioned? Polderbaan. Polderbaan, north of the Excrement Bridge. A321neo up next. KLM Flight 1002, arrived from London. right. I saw things incorrectly. Traffic that I thought was going to Polderbaan is actually going to the center runway, which has now opened up for arrivals. That means that the wide bodies are already a bit closer by than I initially thought they were. My horizon was a little offset, should be good again. Oh, there are people getting withdrawal symptoms from not using the London soundbite. No, we still have it. We still have it. Mark asks if I'm ever planning on filming along 3-6 right. Well, not immediately, since it is a secondary runway. So that means it's open for an hour and then it's closed again for an hour during normal operations, and that is not interesting. Makes for uninteresting viewing if you're live streaming. If it is, if you're filming there for highlights or something, regular videos, compilation videos, it's a good location. But unless they use the runway continuously like they do the Kaagbaan or the Polderbaan, or if you're standing at the McDonald's and they're using 27 for instance and 18 left interchangeably, it's not that interesting of a location. Same for center. You can also film from the north side, the northern threshold of the center runway. I did that a few times, but that was when another runway was closed for maintenance. If it is normal operations, the center runway also is not an interesting location to be streaming from, because it is open for an hour or 40 minutes and then it is closed again for an hour or more than an hour. Let's see, Pilatus PC12 incoming. Where is that right now? Ah. It's flying directly towards the sun. It's somewhere over there. It's already hard to see. Yeah. No, cannot show you the Pilatus. I can hear it. It flew directly over me, but it's flying in the proximity of the sun. Hard to make it out. Caleb Flight 749 arrived from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, right next to Ecuador. Let's see, this is a 7879 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 14 minutes underway, 9 years old, first flight June 2016. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf. Hey, you're welcome, Mark. Yeah, Schiphol has too many runways. That's the problem of Schiphol Airport. It's too goddamn efficient. It would be much more interesting if it were like London Heathrow, just 2 runways parallel to one another. No way that you can open up a different runway if the wind is not favorable. You have to deal with the crosswind or divert. Here at Schiphol, regardless of the direction of the wind, there's almost always a runway that they can open up, which is in line or almost in line with the direction of the wind. Pim asks if I play VetSim. I don't, mate. Between work, streaming, the gym, household, and a girlfriend, I don't have any time. Hardly any time for anything else. With streaming and my day job, I work 6 days a week, and on Mondays, my one day off, I usually have other obligations like dentist appointments and whatnot. During weekdays, I go to the gym on 4 of the 5 days. I also try to do cardio, mostly cycling, on the other days of the week. I still have a PS4, which I bought second hand a couple of years back. I thought, oh, that's nice. I always wanted to play GTA 5 and still never got around to it. Thought, why not buy a second hand PS4 for the winter months or something? And it's collecting dust. I just don't have the time, nor do I have the patience anymore, I find. Whenever I try to make a start with it, I find myself thinking, I have other stuff to do. This is costing so much time and I still have heaps of other stuff I want to do. Best get on it. Delta Airlines, flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, A330neo. Flight time has been 7 hours and 48 minutes. The November 412 Delta X-Ray. 4 years old, first flight January 2022. And the ETAs are both coming in for center. Are they coming in back to back, Wolfgang? We'll have a look. I can see them on Flight Radar if they're close by. It does look like a lot of shit, doesn't it, Jerry? The wind, luckily for us, the wind is blowing from the east to the west, so the manure smell is blowing away from me. Even if they were fertilizing directly behind me, which I'm sure at some point they will be. I'm still not going to smell it, luckily. Hey die Henk, goedemorgen. And thank you so much. Yeah, me and Lisa were headed for the Keukenhof on Tuesday. Once every season, inhabitants of Lisse get an opportunity to visit for free. Because of, as a gesture from Keukenhof to the inhabitants of Lisse, because of the traffic situation in the 2 months that Keukenhof is open. Getting from A to B in my hometown and the adjacent villages is hard, particularly by car. Really busy. So as a gesture of goodwill, the inhabitants of Lisse can go for free, and that's on one day, and it's always on a Tuesday. Now I also have to work on Tuesday, so we went there after I was done working. It was really lovely. The hyacinths and the daffodils already gone mostly, but the tulips all the more. It's quite remarkable because the neighboring villages are also impacted by the traffic in the Keukenhof season, but it's only the inhabitants of Lisse that the Keukenhof offers this to my knowledge. Right now, K4 on the Polderbaan, and apparently something has been reported to be lying there. Let's have a look. Front row seats, yeah, dead bird or something, right? And on its way again. Was there a bird strike, or almost certainly has to be a bird struck by an airplane? Did anybody see something happening here during the previous landings? I don't recall seeing any birds getting struck. A goose? Was that a goose? You're right, Alan. This is the Polderbaan. Today it is the Polderbaan. Little Vespa over there. Hey, and also a car on a trailer. That's interesting. Two contrails flying towards one another. Well, no, they're not going to cross. I think I need to zoom out even more. Oh, I'm too far. Yeah, they're not going to intersect simultaneously. I'm still looking for that. That would make for a very sweet video. Two of these airplanes intersecting each other at the same at the same time. So a goose. That's not good. Was it struck by an airplane then? Because I did see that the bird controller was picking something up that seemed to be intact still. The next airplane to the Polderbaan is also coming. Iberia arriving from Madrid, A319, flying parallel to it. And behind this ETA is also another ETA. The one behind this one is arriving from Rome, so this one has to have arrived from Milan. Because those are the two only cities that ETA flies to Amsterdam from, at least during my streaming hours. Not sure if there are other destinations being serviced outside of my streaming hours, but I'm thinking they are probably servicing Amsterdam from Milan and from Rome a couple of times a day. This is ETA flight 108 arriving from Rome. It's an A320neo, and parallel to it, Iberia 731 arriving from Madrid, coming to the Polderbaan. Here it is. The Polderbaan at Schiphol Airport, indeed. A319 Iberia. It used to be Iberia Express. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the way. 17 years old. First flight December 2008. Howdy Rien, goedemorgen. Mervin, good morning. Peter K, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan at Schiphol Airport, where the sun is shining abundantly. We have controls here and there. And shit's going crazy over here in the field. Whoa! Shit has come to a stop. Not exactly sure. Does the driver have to go number 2? Are they taking a little break? Well, whatever. It will probably continue pretty soon. And it was Donald's cousin. Jerry wound back the tape to see. David says, morning Dutch, mind that sunburn. You're absolutely right. The sun is shining pretty fiercely, and without protection you will burn quickly. Now, luckily with the wind it's not very warm yet, so I am exactly dressed the way I was yesterday. Still have my fingerless gloves on. I still have the hoodie over my hat to make sure that I keep my neck a little warm, and long sleeves, everything still. Trousers as well, jeans. And the people here too, they still have jackets on. Everybody is still pretty warmly dressed. It looks like it is hot, and it is going to get warm. It is going to be the warmest day of the week. At least that's what they say. Out of gas. Indeed, Maxime. Keep them coming. BA Embraer 190. No need to look where this is arriving from. It probably will say so in the registration as well. Yep. Middle 3 letters, LCY, London City. a London city. Nah, probably not everybody will understand the reference. SAS over there. Yolanda says 3 helicopters close to the IJmuiden coast. Is that so? Well, depending on the altitude they're flying at, you'd think we would be able to see something. Well, no, it's pretty far away. Helicopters are pretty small. They usually fly at lower altitudes than airplanes. It's probably something we cannot see from here. Right, it is narrowbodies fest for now to both runways. Hey Rob, good morning and welcome back. All right, well. What's happening over there then? Ah, they're busy with a contraption that also has a little strobe on it. Interesting. Let's see, this is drag setting number 4 on my tripod. Let's see if going back to 3. Yeah, 3 is also okay. Even my new tripod still gradually wears because of the many lateral movements that you make during streaming, and that it usually slowly but surely means less drag. So I'm already at step 3 of 7. My old tripod used to have 3 drag settings on both axes. When it's a bit more windy, you want more drag, but step 4 is perhaps just a little bit too much yet. Or at least try to save using higher drag settings as much as possible to be able to use this as long as possible before having to renew the drag mechanism. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1930 with a nice carry cabin in the back. All right. Shit has still come to a standstill in the field. Ruben says Chinook coming back. Michael is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We have parallel arrivals in progress. We're standing at the Polderbaan, aka runway 18 right. A 747 already landed here. The Emirates A380 is expected around 1:30. Probably is expected to land on the parallel runway. It's Labor Day in Europe, but here in the Netherlands it means it's a regular working day. The rest of Europe has the day off, but not the Dutch. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help immensely to grow the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It is mandatory to say hi. You can sit in Lurkers Lounge and watch all you want. But it is always appreciated when people who are new to the channel speak up and introduce themselves. Tell us where you're from. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Here we have Air Arabia Morocco, which is arriving from Morocco, which is in the north of Africa. The Dutch are actually doing the labor today. You're right. Well, have a look. It's a whole group of fluorescent people. Not sure what they're doing with the machine. Oh, that's probably... Is that to make the stripes? The white stripes? Yes, I think it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're making the stripes white. The cycling path white stripes white. So whenever they are at a new... Yeah, see? And a little bit of water as well, by the looks of it. Cool. All right. Now, opening up a pop-up in Flight Radar that I didn't want to open. I wanted to zoom in a little so that I can tell you this is KLM Flight 1404 arriving from Paris. In the meantime, Apple Flaps is celebrating 6 months of membership and enjoying it every time. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Apple Flaps. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. If that's not the case, do let me know what you feel needs to be improved and I'll get on it. The next truck of shit is coming. Hey, that is a good question, Maxime. I've thought about that as well. Apparently there is a hack where if you clean things with a pressure cleanser, for instance, it's not considered littering, so they will leave it. So I thought if I use a one of those high pressure things, I can also clean the sidewalk with an AMS Live logo. It's a shitload of trucks, it's a shitload of manure. That's probably why the shit didn't continue over there. They're still on a break because they need more manure. And I think that even if we all were to go number 2 in that tank, it still wouldn't be enough. Parallel arrivals are in progress. KLM Flight 1030 arrival from Manchester is next over here. And another Embraer 190 after that. Saudia A330 is flying parallel to the second Embraer 190. Captain Jerry, thank you so much for your super chat. I see the guy with white lines has many friends. Isn't that always the case? Mr. Sniffles. Embraer 190 arriving from Manchester. And Saudia with an A330 over there. Don't see them every day. Saudia flight 933. It's a cargo airplane. It's one with the new livery, the white one with green and blue stripe, which I personally think is infinitely better looking than that bland beige that was the standard livery before. Right, let's see. Maybe I still have to accept that I'm already at the 4th stage of drag for the pan axis, but with the wind, this is much more stable. More drag is better. My new tripod head has 7 drag settings on both axes, but this is already setting number 4. And I think I started using this tripod in the beginning of the year, January or so. It's going really quickly. And particularly on windy days like today and yesterday, you do need more drag to get things, to keep things more stable. But with ample drag and being able to concentrate on the picture and not look around me or at the phone screen, you are able to get quite smooth tracking. The Embraer 190 that was flying parallel to this A330 landing in the foreground. And the painting of the white stripes on the cycling path is continuing behind me. Indeed, Captain Jerry, I have drag while watching Queens, absolutely. You are in the Netherlands here after all, right? Now, next up, Transavia flight 6916, arriving from Olbia, 2 hours and 2 minutes underway. 15 years old, Papa Hotel, Hotel Bravo Kilo. It's 11:05, and that means that we are almost halfway through the parallel arrival stint, I think. It's narrow bodies for the time being to both runways. Oh, that was the manure quad, so to speak, driving back towards this, the manure tanks. Hey, Paul is also back in the chat. Good morning, Paul. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, mate. A warm welcome to the show. Those who just joined, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan with lots of things going on. They are actually spray painting the cycling path stripes with a machine. There you go. Quite lovely to see. They're fertilizing the land. Manure is being tanked into the manure tanks over there, and over there in the field the tractor is waiting for a fresh batch of manure so that he can continue on his way. The wind is still blowing from the east-southeast and looks like so. Let's have a look. The meter in the ticker is already a bit outdated. Let me see if I can reload the page, verify that you are a human. There we go. Have a look with me. We also saw a Chinook helicopter this morning, so we still have 15 knots of wind. It's 18 degrees Celsius, that's a tad shy of 70 Fahrenheit. CAV okay, as you could have thought by looking around. 18 degrees, the dew point is 0 degrees, it means that there is a little moisture in the air. We're waiting for the Emirates A380 now, which is expected at 1:22. I'm going to update the ticker in the meter in the ticker as well quickly, and then it is back to the airplanes landing here. All's well on my end as well, Paul. Lovely weather here. What more could the person wish for? Oh, focus dance. Let's go back to autofocus. Focus set to infinity. Car coming this way. Which one is that? A1. A321neo from KLM, arrived from Vienna. Oh, more equipment being transported here on this side of the runway as well. All types of machines over here. I'm also looking up to see, I am hearing traffic, but I'm not seeing it. So it seems that not all airplanes are producing contrails. Well, we already saw one. Come to think of it, one overhead airplane that didn't produce a contrail. Emel says there are 3 Chinooks in the air, one still near Amsterdam IJmuiden. Yeah, so somewhere over there then there should be a Chinook in the air. Chinooks aren't exactly big. And if you consider that this is much bigger, this building is much wider than the Chinook is. The Chinook is still further back. So I'm not sure if we are able to see the Chinook from here, even though it is relatively close by. E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1662, arrival from Bologna. When is the next airplane to Polderbaan coming? Is that the Embraer 175 arrival from Southampton? Might well be the case. I also saw something glimmering, and that probably was the Dreamliner from Indigo. I think it was in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. Think this is it. This looks like it is the Indigo Dreamliner, now northeast of Purmerend. Well, Jeff, I'm not hearing a Chinook, so if I'm not hearing it, it's probably not that close by. The first time it was here, I could hear it quite well. They are noisy buggers, absolutely. Hey there, Vroom. Hey there, Bastiaan. Good to see you guys again. KLM flight 1070, arriving from Southampton, and Embraer 175. Flying before it to the center runway is Air Oink Oink. Now I'm looking on flight radar to see if there are wide bodies coming this way already. I see there's a TUI Dreamliner, but that's still crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire. Delta Airlines arriving from New York, but that's still west of Norwich. Still has to cross the Gulf. So we'll have to go through a batch of narrow bodies for the time being, with the exception of the Indigo Dreamliner that we are going to see to the center runway. But yeah, that's still not the same as when they go to the Polderbaan, of course. Hey Martijn, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Brody, morning. Good to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. We're here at the sun abundant Schiphol Airport at the Polderbaan. It's KVK. And you can see why, because there's no clouds to be seen. Less so than yesterday. Yesterday we had some contour remnants and some cirrus clouds here and there. Yours truly is crisply visible, shady figure. Looking to the west, blue sky. Looking to the east, blue sky. Looking to the south, a few people and also blue sky. The wind, if I have to call it, is now... It feels like it's coming from there, where the camera is pointing to. Definitely more southerly than yesterday. Ah, and that car that we saw over here is has done a lap around the runway and is continuing on the other side. Interesting. You'd think those roads are circular and you'd also be able to approach it from the other side. But I guess that's apparently not the case. What is it? Oh, it's sort of a forklift, but a little different. Now, there are contrails in the sky here and there. Most of the airplanes flying overhead are visible, are producing contrails. So if anything interesting is coming my way, do let me know. Right now I'm not seeing anything immediately coming this way, any quads or anything. There is somebody sitting in the tractor over there. So it makes me wonder if they're going to be moving anytime soon. This truck also has been here for a while now. Doesn't seem to be connected yet to the tank. I'm not sure if it already unloaded its cargo or if it still has to. The tractor in the field in the meanwhile is doing fertilizing again. It is continuing. Shit's going down again. Ah, and I think here is our next supply coming this way. It's either a new one or a previous one, but I think this is going to be a new one. Mark my words, it's now 11:16. I tell you, in 5 minutes from now, this one is going to be passing by. In fact, we can follow him. Do some truck spotting. If it is going left at the crossing, it's coming this way. Another fresh batch of manure. It's approaching a traffic light crossing now, and if it's going to the left, it's coming this way, and it will pass by me on the cycling path after a few minutes. Hey, Gary is also back. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a new thing. We're not doing ship spotting, but shit spotting instead. Absolutely right, Liwa. I've created a new genre. It's a combination of truck spotting and plane spotting, shit spotting. Well. What do we have here? That truck is coming this way. Mark my words. It's headed for me. Planes and poo. Indigo, in the meantime, going to the wrong runway. Returning to Amsterdam from Mumbai in India. Yeah, it's already past the petrol station, Gary. It's not going there to be refueling. It's coming this way. I can already see. Day in the life of a manure driver. And over there where the truck is now driving, on the left of it, between us and it, is a field of tulips. They were already cutting the flowers off the tulips this morning. Everywhere here in the area where there have been tulip fields, the flowers are cut off now. That's to promote growth of the bulbs, which is of course the end product for the growers over here. It's nearing the crossing where it's going to make another left-hand turn to be coming this way and then enter the cycling path over there at the roundabout. It's a load of crap indeed, John. So that's why we're going back to filming the airplanes for the time being. This is KLM flight 936 arriving from Glasgow. It's a 737-700, 1 hour and 9 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Mike, 15 years old, 1st of February 2011. If you guys have been enjoying the shit show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It helps immensely to grow the channel and bring in more people in future streams. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated when people say hi and where they're from, for instance. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. People in the chat won't bite unless you ask them kindly to do so. There's no such thing as a stupid question, but you might expect silly answers here. But that's because we don't take ourselves in life too seriously. Now, if you do take life very seriously, maybe this is not the right channel for you, but if you do fancy a laugh every now and then, sit back and enjoy the show. I'm looking to see if I can spot the truck already. It's not here yet, but it will appear soon enough. The chaps over there are not yet going out of the way, so that tells me, oh, I think I see something. I think, yeah, there's something yellow coming this way. That's most definitely another, I was about to say fuel truck, manure truck. It's a recurring theme. The yellow-blue trucks. Apparently a preferred shit supplier for years here, for the farmer. I'll drink to that. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. First sips of vodka of the show. Parallel arrivals are still in progress. It's 11:20. Probably for another 20 minutes or so. Means that everything arriving from the east is going to the center runway for now. Everything arriving from the west comes to the Polderbaan, the runway we are standing right next to, 18 right. And if all is well, from 11:40 until 1 o'clock, everything, whether it is from the east or the west, will be landing here on Polderbaan. And then from 1 till 2 p.m. local time, again, parallel arrivals. That's the normal schedule for whenever there are winds blowing from the south. And here we have the truck, as expected. If only the driver knew how long beforehand we were already seeing him and we're anticipating his arrival. Nice work from Work and Wet. Shout out to WW, says Linson Noman. Is that one of the guys who is standing over there doing the work over there? I'm not sure if they are. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Shout out to WW. Walter White. Also, massive big thanks to Captain Jerry for a super chat that he really did not have to use. Are you going to stream from your loo when you get home to keep this shit show going? Would you guys be interested in that, huh? As if. Maybe do a loo 24/7 live stream. Just look at the toilet bowl. I'm I'm not even sure if that's within the rules of YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some obscure rules that stipulate that you're not allowed to do stuff like that. It's Narrowbodies Fest 2026 for the time being. This is KLM Flight 1406 arriving from Paris. There's an Embraer 175 flying parallel to it to the center runway. That's KLM Flight 1840 arriving from Nuremberg. Yeah, indeed, Lieve. I was almost waiting for somebody to make that joke. We have a royal palace called Head Low in Dutch, and it's exactly written the way that Lieve has written it. Which, of course, if you would use an English pronunciation, would say the Loo. Paleis het Loo. Palace de Loo. Zooming out, I do see that there is a big bird coming, but it's going to the center runway. Chinese A330. Arriving from Chengdu, Chengdu in China. More traffic coming to the Polderbaan as well. WestJet, hey, it's been a while since we last saw WestJet. What happened to them? Because this is not the first time we're streaming at this time of day and on this day of the week. And I don't recall that we have seen WestJet in the last couple of weeks. I think this is going to be the first reappearance in a while. There it is, WestJet, allegedly the best jet, flight 70. And here's Transavia with the new livery, bolder font, and more green on the engines and on the tail, floating in. Job well done. And here's Air China Cargo, arriving from Chengdu in China, flight 3159. Hey Dick, goedemorgen. Ik, Marcellus uit Groningen. Goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. Center runway is also open. That's where this Chinese A330 is going to. I'm also going to turn back in a moment because WestJet is returning from Halifax in Canada. It's a long time that we last saw that one here. When was it? When was it? Because it's been a couple of weeks. Same for Air Transat. We also didn't see that in a long time, and now all of a sudden it also began visiting Schiphol again. Dutch Grandpa is tuning in from London. Good morning. From London. You know,
fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Oh, London. Right. WestJet, allegedly the best jet, returning from Halifax, Canada. Welcome back. All right. Now, the wind is not slowing down yet. Still a lot of horizontality here in the scale of chimney smoke. Parallel arrivals, it's 11:30, and that means that in 10 or so minutes from now, normally speaking, center runway should close again. Jonas, thank you for looking into that. Max 8, yeah, it was a Max 8, Peter. But it's been October when we saw WestJet for the last time, so after a half-year hiatus back at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, was this the first flight, or because I don't think we saw it yet last week either. Is this what is this? Is this the no? This is the old livery. Transavia with the old livery. Or yeah, no. So this is the older livery, font less bold, more white on the engines and on the tail. Right, the TUI Dreamliner is approaching the coastline. That's going to be the first widebody to the Polderbaan in a while. There is more behind it, and it is also almost time for the center runway to close. I wonder if the last airplane to the center runway has already entered Dutch airspace. Probably so. Seven 737-700 arriving from Newcastle. Up next, KLM flight 954. You might hear some splish splash from the water. That's because of the waves being formed by the wind. Hitting those, I think they're hitting those boards and pikes. Or maybe some branches over here as well. That might also be the case. Standing a bit further to the north because there was a big bush here in the way yesterday. Richard says compass RR 747 taking off. That must be it then. Thanks for the heads up, Richard. Now from here it is hard to see. Hey Raymond, good evening. Welcome back, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may also have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live from windy Schiphol Airport. Sun abundant, but windy still. Compass Air Cargo just took off from runway 18 left. We are standing at 18 right, which is furthest away from 18 left. Parallel arrivals still in progress, but it will end soon. Indeed, trim your bush. I was looking to see if I could trim it, but the branches were too thick, so I figured I'm going to stand a bit further to the north so that it's not visually in our way. And Bravo 75, KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich, and is KLM flight 1230 coming this way already? Because if that's the case, I think center has just closed and is now no more open for inbound traffic. Which would be good news if that were the case. It is looking like KLM flight 1230 is continuing to the Polderbaan. So I think Polderbaan already has become the only runway for arrivals right now. Indeed, Audi, compost air cargo. You're absolutely right. Why didn't I think of that? Answer, not enough vodka. Keep them coming, Audi. Compost air cargo, indeed. Oh, Hank. No need to apologize. Hank is the gentleman who was here this morning. We were here together as only ones when the Chinooks were sighted here. Hank and I arrived here around the same time. Ah, thank you, Steven, who will bring his electric chainsaw. That's a good tool. Planescaping, well, bush shaping, bushscaping, bushcraft. The drone detection system. Oh yeah, I was about to say. Doesn't seem to be spinning, but it's spinning every now and then and not constantly. Here's another Transavia A321neo in the old livery. Less bold font and more white on the engines and on the tail. Tractor is positioning itself for another pass over the field. You can see that the hose is extending all the way to the other side of the field. Interestingly, this truck is still here. Has the tank been raised a little? It's almost looking like it has, the front part near the cabin has raised a little. That it's tilted more backward. Is that it? Was it like this all along? It probably was. Only now I'm just noticing it. Surely those tanks are not mobile. They're probably in a fixed position, aren't they? TUI flight 372 returning from Willemstad, Curaçao. They are fixed, right. Thanks, Jeff. Trucks need to get its shit together. Oh, and just as I remarked, it was still standing there. Now it has just left and is on its way again. Makes me wonder, I'm looking around, are there more trucks underway for replenishing the poop supply? Here you can see it happening. They're depositing the shit. Shit's going down onto the field. That's the sound I imagine it's making. Injecting multiple lanes at once. More tractors over there as well. Embraer 175, followed by an Embraer 190. This is KLM flight 1230, arriving from Gothenburg. Next is going to be flight 1171, arriving from Stavanger. Baby Hansen, I'm not downwind from that honey poo. I'm standing right at the right position. The wind is blowing from east, mostly from east to west, and we are standing east of the pile of shit. So I'm not smelling anything. Embraer 190. Embraer 190. A330 Neo. That's Delta Airlines arriving from New York. And we have a 3 airplane glide slope shot. 2 Embraer 190s, an A330 Neo in the background. All coming to the Polderbaan. Indeed, Lance, I need a stool to sit upon. Bank robbery is 7 minutes, says Peter K. Good to know. And it seems that we've crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying the show and you want to help us reach a wider audience. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching, and together they know quite a lot. Delta A330 taking off, and Delta A330 is also going to be landing here next after the next arrival. Bernd, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Annette, good morning, or good evening for you, I should say, most likely. Richard says that next is his favorite Embraer, the DTM livery, the Deutsche Tourwagenmeisterschaft. It's an Embraer 190 from German Airways, which is flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1498, returning from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour and 56 minutes, that's a nominal flight duration. And it's the Damn Whoa, Delta Alpha Mike Whiskey Oscar. It's an 18-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in 2008, month not specified, but I've got a hunch it might be January. So it's a couple of Porsches. And a different car on the other side. I always keep forgetting the name of the type of car that's on the other side. Prancing horse or something, but it's not Ferrari, of course. For some reason I'm not good at remembering the name of that car that's on the other side. Here we have Delta Airlines flight 48. It is an Embraer. it's an A330 Neo. 6 hours and 53 minutes underway. November 433 Delta X-ray. The airplane a year old. First flight December 2024. So it's 1.5 or so years old. Mustang, that's it. For some reason I always have trouble remembering Mustang. The vents are back with sand vents. And a Volvo digger. KLM Embraer 175 arrived from Humberside here in the foreground, and behind it is a KLM 777-300ER, which is arriving from Vancouver, Canada, KLM flight 682. Air Canada flight 808 is following the triple and is going to be turning in pretty soon, but I don't think we will be able to see it happen. We probably are able to see the airplane already if we look hard. Yep, there it is.
Nog steeds in de bouw.
That's Air Canada flight 808. Dreamliner turning in. Is that a bank robber? Looks like it might be one. Hey, Mr. F, good afternoon. Welcome back, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else. A KLM Embraer 175 arrived from Humberside, KLM flight 972. Nice 2 airplane glass flip shot here with KLM in the foreground, Air Canada behind it. Air Canada is arriving from Toronto and KLM is arriving from Vancouver, so it's a Canadian invasion. Howdy Mart, howdy Peter. And Peter confirming it is a bank robber. I already thought I saw it looking at the windows, the cockpit windows. Hide the money. Busiest on final to runway 04. No, 22. Should be flying over there somewhere. I'm trying to see it, but I'm unable to. There's also a bizjet coming my way from the other side. Not too. I'm not seeing yet. Those are so small, they really need to be close by for me to see them, and they also ideally would have to make some noise so that I know where approximately need to look. Otherwise it is going to be a bit difficult. Oh, it's turning more northeasterly. Still not seeing any biz jets. Nope. Okay, that bizjet is now flying much further to the north by the looks of it, and probably relatively low. Hard to see. Alright, let's focus on the business at hand. Air Canada Flight 808, arriving from Toronto in Canada, 7878 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 43 minutes underway. Bank robber livery, hide the money. It's 11 years old, it's a Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Yankee. No Quebec, but a Yankee in the registration. This is an American spy disguised as a Canadian. We'll have to test the maple syrup to know for sure. Hey, Jörg is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jörg. Hope all's well. Well, welcome to everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a sun abundant day here at Schiphol Airport. A twin jet is passing overhead just south of me. Delta. It says so on the tin. More Delta A330s. Lovely sunny day, albeit windy, just like the previous few days. The sun is out, temperatures are climbing, the wind is also still pretty fierce. A lot of horizontality in the scale of chimney smoke. We saw a Chinook helicopter earlier this morning, and A747 landing here. We're still waiting for the Emirates A380, which should be here in 1.5 hours or less. It will be arriving between 1 and 2 most likely, so it is probably going to be going to the centered runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from here. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And fire ahead if you have any questions. Many people are watching, together they know a lot, and we'll happily try to answer any questions you may be having. Back to the Embraers for the time being. This is KLM Flight 1774, returning from Berlin. Another Embraer behind it, an Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Jörg returned home yesterday. Well, welcome back. Hope the jet lag isn't going to be too severe, Jörg. Hope you had a good time. I hope you brought some warmth and sunny weather with you in your bag. At least over here in the Netherlands, as you can see, it is beautifully sunny. If I recall correctly, most of Europe was pretty decently sunny around this time. Now here in the Netherlands, we are expecting thunder showers tomorrow, or at least the Dutch Met Office has issued a code yellow warning for the entire country tomorrow because of possibility of thunder showers. Should be good here in the morning hours. If anything is going to happen, it's going to be in the afternoon / late afternoon evening. The next pile of shit is coming, and we can already see that the tractor has stopped moving. It's in dire need of replenishment, and I think the relief is on its way. Another Embraer 190 in the meantime has landed here. More shit's about to go down. More shit's about to go down. Jeroen, goeiedag. Delta was from Frankfurt to Detroit. Thanks for the info. Thanks for the info. Andy says, I love Schiphol, but man, my plane had the longest taxi to the terminal. Felt like we took a few highways to get there. Well, if you landed here on the Polderbaan, you may well have been right. It's at least 10 minutes of taxi, depending on how quickly the pilots are taxiing on their way back. Some pilots, when they have to go next to the center runway, do speed up a little. Probably more than if there is anything formally allowed, then probably is allowed, but it's still a considerable taxi. It's not without reason that this runway has a dedicated control tower. This is the Polderbaan tower, dedicated to traffic to and from Polderbaan. The main platform area is all the way over there. The main tower is over there. That's for the rest of the airport. If I zoom out completely, you can see just how far away it is. Hey, floaty E2 landing. Whining and complaining. Yakuba is cool, is tuning in from Ireland. Welcome to the show, mate. And welcome to all others who join in the meantime. There is a bizjet arriving from London City on final to runway 22. So that should be approaching, I found it. Should be approaching over there somewhere. A few vague pixels, but this is Globe Air arriving from London City, 47 minutes away. Cessna Citation Mustang, Austrian registered. Going back to the top end of optical zoom, this is what things look like. This is at around 600 millimeters of full frame equivalent zoom. Telescope mode disengaged. Another Embraer 190, it's back to Embraers for the time being. Another Embraer 190 after this, arrived from Aberdeen. Now wonder where are the wide bodies? Keep them coming. Sooner rather than later. Embraer 190, Embraer 190. A319, E2 Embraer, E2 Embraer, A330, A330, A330. There's a relocation A330 arriving from Brussels. Approaching from the south. That's also coming this way. Relocation flight KLM 9858. Now above Leiden. And probably going to be vectored to the Polderbaan, although I'm not yet sure how the route will be. It's looking like it's going over the airfield. It's now at 7,000 feet, so it should not continue descending any further. Why 7,000 feet, you may wonder. Departing airplanes always get initial clearance until 6,000 feet. So if airplanes stay at 7K while passing over the airfield or approaching the airfield, unless ATC gives clearance to departing airplanes to climb further, which they normally don't do when, when there's inbound traffic on the way, you should already have the minimum separation of 1,000 feet. So if you ever see airplanes passing over the airfield, without looking, you can already say it's at 7,000 feet or higher. The A330 is going for a different route, and I'm wondering if it's going to be. I think it may go. I think it may be directed to a different runway. Maybe it's going for the Oostbaan. If it is completely empty and it's a relocation flight from Brussels, might well land over there. Another bizjet. This one, oh, is not showing on flight radar, but I happened to spot it, just visually. Nice weather indeed, Hank, albeit a bit chilly with the wind. Still have the hoodie on, still have the gloves on. And people here are also not sitting with their t-shirts on and shorts. Well, except for a small kid. Honk, 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 honk. It's the truck we already saw minutes ago. Beep, beep. Fresh shit has arrived. Ah, lovely. The tractor is still in holding. That's annoying. If it only can do 2 passes and then it has to wait for the next truck to be refueling, so to speak, the manure tanks. In the meantime, over here, the tractor traffic with sand is also continuing. Indeed, same shit, different day. Now, the A330 is definitely not coming to the Polderbaan by the looks of it. I think it's now downwind to be landing on runway 22. A330s are luckily a bit bigger than bizjets, so we shouldn't have any trouble picking it up when it is on final to runway 22. Over here we have EasyJet flight 22515. Look away if you're gluten intolerant. If the shit doesn't invoke any cramps, this flight might. Assuming it's going to land. Floaty. We haven't seen any go-arounds yet, for those of you who were wondering, but for a brief moment it was looking like we might have gotten the first one. Air Icarus, right next to the sun, twin jet coming my way. We should be able to see more details of it when it has passed us by. More twin jets coming my way. This one is at nearly 90 degrees angle to the other airplane, which is right there. They're not going to coincide, their tracks aren't going to overlap. Well, they are going to overlap, but the overlapping is not going to happen while the airplanes are there at the same time. More E2 Embraers with a spacious carrying cabin, this one. Shit's connected already. Shit's connected to the tank. I'm still not sure what this tractor is doing over here. It also seems to be equipped with a tank. Now the blue tube, no, I don't think that those two tubes are connected, are they? No, I think that this one is going into the green tank, or hard to see. We'd have to explore the shit to know for sure. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. That's 2 A330s back to back as numbers 2 and 3, and there's also an A330, a relocation A330 from KLM, now on final to runway 22. Let's see, where is the A330? Oh, the A330 to the Oostbaan is still pretty far away. I can see it already, by the way. Mind you, this is KLM 9858, the relocation flight from Brussels, which is going to be landing on the Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22. Hey Karsten, good to see you again. And Han too. Welcome lads. Hey. More shit. I like where this is going. 2 manure tanks and 2 different operators now coming with shit. Shit's going to go down. Absolutely it is. Yeah, Hans, you are a bit late. Shithole Airport has already been claimed. This is the Polderbaan. The Polderbaan, the excrement bridge. Shithole Airport. A330 time. This is KLM flight 765, arriving from Bon Air. Or Boner. A330-200. The PHAOC. Pronounced as fuck, as in what the fuck is going on here with all the shit going down. Another one of these KLM A330s is now on final to runway 22, the Schiphol Oostbaan, in the distance. And although we aren't going to be able to see the touchdown of that landing, we are able to see the airplane as we speak. KLM relocation flight from Brussels, KLM 9858, A330-300. 27 minutes on the way. Is it real or is it fake? The registration says fake, Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Echo. So, not sure if this is real or if we're just hallucinating together. What I am seeing is another A330 on final to the Polderbaan, which is Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit. So I am going to zoom out and pan left to that approaching A330, since we will be able to see its landing. And we're going to not be able to see the one we were filming just now. This is KLM flight KLM Delta flight 136, arrived from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours 23 minutes on the way. November 439 Delta X-ray, the registration. First flight was in August 2025, and that means it's still brand new according to Flight Radar, but it will turn 1 in a couple of months from now. Sure, wheelie ahead. So this is a bit like banana yellow. So does that mean then that
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yeah.
is it banana shit? You guys tell me. Next up, KLM flight 1164, arrival from Bergen. That's a 737-800. Embraer 175, arrival from Stuttgart, following it. And then a lot to see. Always a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. Hi. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Hey, leuk. Dankjewel. Fijne dag. A young lady passing by, saying hi, and also saying she always watches and enjoys the streams. Always nice to hear. So this is KLM flight 1164, arriving from Bergen. Oh, shit's also going down over there. Or is it? Is it? Yeah, no. Shit's going down so that the Volvo can dig it. Next up is number 175, a reference from Stuttgart. It's narrow bodies galore once again. And I'm wondering, where are the wide bodies? Haven't seen that many. There are a few underway. They are arriving from the west mostly, but still have to cross the Gulf of Yorkshire, all of them. Meanwhile, while shit has arrived over here, it means that the tractor can continue fertilizing. Now on the far end of the field. This is KLM flight 1830, arriving from Stuttgart, and after this a lot to see from Warsaw. Wind's definitely not yet begun to slow down. Yesterday at some point we had 12 knots of wind with gusts up to 22. It doesn't feel like it is significantly less windy now than it was yesterday. Hey, first officer waving. We're waving back. While there is a lot to see, let's also have a quick look at the current status quo. So, first of all, flight radar to see the Emirates A380. Emirates A380 is flying in Czech airspace and now has an ETA of 118. Jesus is flying over here, is going back to Glasgow from Porto. The weather, can we continue without having to confirm we're human? We'll probably have to confirm we're human. Verify that you are. 14 knots of wind, 19 degrees C. The wind is now south-southeast instead of east-southeast. 14 knots and it's still CAV 19 degrees C, that's almost 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll update the meter in the ticker in a moment, but of course with a lot to see, let's first film that. This is flight 263 arriving from Warsaw. Thus far the arrival is very polished. It's the SPLWB, Sierra Papa Lima Whiskey Bravo. That's also what I say, Whiskey Bravo. More please. Maria says he wasn't waving, he was trying to get the smell away from his nose. I think you may be right there, Maria. Yeah, that was the wave. It was just a ew, get rid of the smelly poopy stank. Fresh shit coming. Shit's unstoppable here. One's coming, the other is leaving. It's a coming and going of shit. It's pretty windy as well, so it's probably a wind storm, shit storm. I was in the process of also updating the meter in the ticker while we're looking at yet another umbrella coming this way. Quick copy of the text. Paste that in the ticker. So there we go. If you just joined the channel, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Polderbaan action here, the colloquial name of runway 18 right. Currently the only runway in use for arrivals. And a 747 has already landed here. This morning at the beginning of the show we also saw a Chinook helicopter, which I think I'm going to feature in a short video one of these days. Don't see them every day here. We did manage to catch a few good shots of it. We're still waiting for the Emirates A380. It's underway. It is expected here in an hour or so from now, at which time the central runway should probably have opened up again, and we're going to be back to parallel arrivals. Here the sun is shining, Air Icarus is flying really close to the sun. Hope it's not going to crash because of the proximity that its wings are going to melt. Once it has passed beyond the sun and we have the sun in our back, we should start to see more details if we start zooming in. I'm not going to zoom in just yet because I'm already pretty high in the zenith with my camera. My tripod cannot go much higher. Let's see if we can make any details out already. Yeah, and that's where I was afraid of. My tripod hitting the top. Camera cannot go any higher. And we have to turn and wait for the airplane to come back to the center, so that we can gradually start bringing it in and hopefully bring out some details. So here we go. Wing shape to me looks like a Dreamliner, but other than that no discerning features on the bottom of the airplane, so it makes it really hard for me to guess which one this is. If it said Servus, it would have been easier. If it said Emirates or Delta, obviously, or Qatar, that makes it even easier. You guys undoubtedly have looked on Flight Radar and can tell or have already mentioned it. It's a lovely day, it's a windy day, but it's also vacation for the schools, which means that people have gathered here. They're sitting in the shade of the excrement bridge. We have a couple who brought their own seats over here. A mother and or at least what I assume to be a mother and children are sitting over there, and the manure trucks are also drawing the attention of the lads. They're watching they're watching intently at the truck and not so much at the traffic, the air traffic over here. Don't see anything happening here. The tractor who is injecting, or at least the tractor driver who is injecting the manure over there, is slowly returning over here. United Frankfurt to Denver, thank you Stefan, and good morning. Bird control over here. on the premises. Which one is this? This is K3. No eye contact with K3. I waved to him, but he didn't see, or didn't want to see. But I am assuming he didn't see. KLM flight 1216 returning from Stockholm. The smell draws their attention, indeed. Shit spotters, indeed. Today a new genre of spotting has commenced, shit spotting, here at Schiphol Airport. Andrew, good afternoon, good to see you again. Jeff says lots of middle-aged men staring at people doing work, probably tutting as well. It is Labor Day, but here in the Netherlands that means it's a regular working day. And here is the truck already. Replenishment, fresh shit. Best get out of the way.
Whoa, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
John says, now I know where it goes when I flush on a plane. Indeed, it's all being collected and recycled here at the Polderbaan. Meanwhile, Hans' favorite is approaching. Vueling, an A320neo arriving from Barcelona. Flight 8309. And Transavia is approaching relatively close by. I saw it there somewhere. Oh yeah, at the lantern, there it is. Gear is out. It's going to be turning final in a moment. Meanwhile, Hans' favorite Vueling over here. Hello there, Decision Height. Welcome back. Everything is well on my end. I hope that also goes for you. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Schiphol Airport. The sun is abundantly shining. Shit's going down. And it's also still pretty windy. This morning we saw a Chinook. We've already seen a 747 and we're still waiting for the Emirates A380 to be landing on center most likely in an hour or so from now. Tomorrow a code yellow weather warning for the entire country has been issued because of possibility of thunderstorms. Now, that should probably not affect my morning streaming hours. So I am expecting to be able to go out tomorrow for another stream. This is Transavia flight 6336, arriving from Valencia, 737-800. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the way. The PHHXA, Papa Hotel X-Ray Alpha. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight February 2016. Ilko is celebrating 1.5 years of membership, 18 months already. 18 months, really? Wow, keep it up. Thanks, boy, he writes. Ilko, yes, really, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 1.5 years already. Hope that everything in the lounge has been to your liking. If not, do let me know. And I hope you'll keep coming back to watch the streams together with us for many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. And if you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know, Ilko. Goes for all members. So we haven't seen the firefighters today. Not yet at least, and I'm not sure if that they are still going to do a round, or maybe if they already did a round but went to the main platform area instead of going around the Polderbaan. Captain Jerry asks me a question that I am not sure I am able to answer, because he asks if it smells like his ex-wife cooking there. Since I never had the opportunity to experience that myself, I'm not able to say whether it does or it doesn't, Jerry. So I have no idea. You'd have to come back and assess for yourself. Now, this is a 737-900 and it is looking a bit silvery. It's the KLM SkyTeam livery PHBXO. The BXO, together with an Embraer 190, the only two left in KLM's fleet, still in the SkyTeam livery. Flight time 1 hour and a minute. Where is it? Returning from Prague, the Czech Republic, and that is an hour or so away by airplane. Try doing that by car and you'll be on your way much, much longer. That's really, yeah. Captain Showboat demonstrating that you can also wheelie a 737, although we don't see that as regular as with other airplane types. JB, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Mr. Mad About Planes, good day. Does AMS have a curfew? I'm not sure that they do. It is calmer in the nights, but I don't think that the airplane formally closes down. Every once in a while you do see departures and hear or arrivals late at night. I don't think there is an official curfew, but traffic definitely slows down overnight. It's not as busy as Leipzig or Liège, for instance, with all the cargo airplanes flying back and forth in the middle of the night. And Ilko says, I got a serious question to anyone. I live in Leiden and sometimes see airliners fly over under 2,000 feet for landing. It feels sometimes that it is very low. I do also sometimes see them flying by really low. It does happen every once in a while. Although Leiden is pretty far away from the Kaagbaan still, so I'm not sure if it is at... If it just seems that they're lower than 2,000 feet, but it may well be the case. Obviously, they can also fly in at 1,500 feet and maintain that altitude until the glide slope tells them to descend even further. This is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Marrakesh. Iceland Air, Max 8 up next. Shit's going down here still. That's what it sounds like over there. In the meantime, I also saw that John P7328 renewed his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, John. Thank you for renewing your membership and thanks for the vote of confidence. He almost slipped in the shit, the driver. Apparently the tractor can also do autopilot. Oh, that man must love his shit. He's got his shit together. As I was saying, John, thank you for renewing your membership. We kept your seat warm insofar as that is necessary. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylines, mate, and thanks for the vote of confidence. Well, yeah, the man has got his shit together. Will Iceland Air too? The answer is yes. Yesterday we saw one of the Iceland Airs being a 767. I think it was flight 500. Come to think of it, I don't recall having seen 2 Iceland Airs yesterday, so I think maybe they just sent one airplane because it was a 767 instead of 2 Maxes that they otherwise do these days. Alright, now finally, time for another wide body. And is there a wide body in the background as well? There certainly is. There's a bit of spatial separation between the two, but it's an A330 on the left and a 777 on the right. KLM flight 744. Arriving from Lima, that's the capital of Peru, and a neighboring country of Peru is Ecuador! Arjan also back in the chat. Good afternoon, mate. Welcome back and hope all is well. Pete Alding says that AMS does not have a curfew, but does charge up to twice as much for landing fees for noisy aircraft at night. It's exactly for that reason that, well, that and the fuel cost, of course, that they're also trying to get rid of all the 747s here. Well, Schiphol tries to make the barrier to enter with a 747 as high as possible, and well, yeah, it's a noisy, expensive airplane. Expensive on many aspects. Not just the fuel consumption, but also the landing fees. It is a shame. More and more 747s leaving from Schiphol, vanishing. Air China Cargo, Suparna, they're all flying 777s now. Now luckily KLM is going for A350s. That is the silver lining. I'm pretty sure that those are going to look stupendously amazing. But still. Hey Bas, thank you so much for your kind words, mate. Bas is watching the stream at work. Nice distraction. AMS Live has been your go-to channel for procrastination at work or in school since 2022. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It seems that we've crossed through 500 likes just a few moments ago. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a long way in bringing in more people in the future and help the channel grow. So if you do want to help, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory. You can always sit back and be quiet and watch the show and just enjoy it. But it's always appreciated when people speak up and tell them who they are, where they're from. And also, if you have a question, don't be afraid to say so, to ask the question. No such thing as a stupid question. And we are with a great many today. And we know quite a lot, I think. Or at least we like to think we do. So we'll happily try to answer any questions you may be having. This is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 44 minutes the flight time. 5-year-old airplane. First flight September 2020 to November 408. Delta X-ray. Flappy wingtip on the right. I think it will. I think it has to do with the wind. Interesting question. Wolfgang wonders if Cargolux is also going to replace the 747 when the 777 enters service. You'd think they probably will. I'm not sure how they compare space-wise, but fuel-wise, obviously, there are cheaper options. Quad over there, and that looks like a Lufty. The angle makes it hard for me to see what type of quad it is. There's a twin jet coming my way a bit closer by, headed for the sun. But we might be able to see more of this. Let's see. Or are we? BA? Or Canada? BA probably, right? Look more like BA than anything else. Or maybe Ryanair. Stephen has to go. Thanks for joining, Stephen. Enjoy your day and hopefully until tomorrow. A380. Well, there you go, Pete. I really thought it was something else. Here on ground level with the angles, it is sometimes hard to see if it is an A340, if it is an A380, if it is a 7.4, if it is a C-17. Now check out the Linear 3 airplane glide slope shot, another money shot. With an A321neo in the foreground, Aer Lingus, Norwegian arriving from Oslo in the middle, and KLM flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil in the back as number 3. There is also a KLM 777 flying downwind to the north over the Gulf of Yorkshire, just a bit off the coastline. So there's more big airplanes coming this way pretty soon. First up, Aer Lingus flight 604 arrived from Dublin. Usually an hour's flight time on this one, an hour and 11 minutes. Freya says hello from the UK. Hello there, Freya. Welcome to the channel. Italo is tuning in from Italy. Ciao. And welcome, benvenuto. An A321neo. It's 12:37. That means that on paper we should still have another 25 minutes of Polderbaan exclusive landings. Around 1 o'clock, I am expecting the center runway to open up again, just like it did this morning. Parallel arrivals from 1 till 2 p.m. usually means that the Emirates A380, which is still underway and expected here within the hour, should be landing on the center runway most likely. Yesterday we were lucky. Yesterday we did get to see it here. Overhead traffic, and I am wondering, have they started using runway 24 again? Or is it still the north-south oriented runways that they're using? German Airways, Embraer 190, and Norwegian without any grumpy people on the tail here landing. Just a bland lipstick livery. Time for flying AMS live logo. Although, let's check. Crouched behind the laptop just to see. Needs to be a bit bigger. Readjust. Nah, it's a fake. It's a fake AMS Live logo. It's not as the wings are not as flexed as the logo is, so it's a wannabe AMS Live logo. This is KLM flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil, which is a port city in Ecuador. Used to be a safe country and it was dangerous to go to Colombia. These days it is much safer to go to Colombia and it's best that you stay away from Guayaquil or from Ecuador in general if you value your safety. How things have changed in Latin America. Hey, Henk uit Hogeveen, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Petterselas, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Henk is joining us in the break at work. Hope the day has been going well thus far, Henk. I think the shit has been replenished. I think the truck is leaving again. I'm looking around. Hello. I'm looking around and some people are walking by who are greeting. But I'm looking for another yellow truck to see if there are more shit trucks coming this way. Don't see any yet. But we are seeing the next airplane already. Here it is, TAP Air Portugal. Not being flown by pilots, but by tap dancers. Flight 668, arriving from Lisbon. TAP Air Portugal. 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. It's an A321neo, 7 years old. First flight November 2018. Transavia at the 10 o'clock in the background. That's flight 5466. Arriving from Verona in Italy. Turkish A330 is now in the vicinity of Lelystad and also approaching. I hope it will still go to the Polderbaan. Also an Embraer 175 going directly to the airfield by the looks of it. Arriving from Frankfurt. Quick glances over my shoulder behind me to see if I can spot the Embraer 175. I'm expecting it to be vectored to the north shortly. Unless it's going to the Kaagbaan. Oh, it's continuing, or? No, it does seem to be turning north now. Just wondering. Because yesterday between 1 and 2, what they did was open up the Kaagbaan as secondary runway, and they started taking off from runway 09, and I'm wondering, are they going to do the same? But the Embraer 175 now has turned to the north, so at least it's going either to the Polderbaan or maybe to center if they opened up center early already, but I don't think that they are yet. I haven't checked Bezoek Bus yet. That's the website where you can find the expected runway use. Now, that isn't always correct, but it usually gives a good impression of what to expect with respect to runway use. This is the Peter Pan livery, Peter Pan Vacation Club. That's a kids. That's a van number 46, honking and waving as he was driving by here on the other side. This is a good cause organization that if I recall correctly, organizes vacations for young children who are ill. The Peter Pan Vacation Club. Not necessarily a pretty livery. It looks like a bunch of things piled together on an airplane livery, but on an airplane fuselage. But it is a good cause. It is an instantaneously recognizable Transavia airplane. Let's have a quick look. I'm wondering what expected runway use is going to be like. So let's open up that website, bezoekpas.nl. Have a look. So, for those of you who want to know where can I find information about expected runway use for Schiphol Airport, the link I'm now posting in the chat is where you can find expected runway use. If you go there, it's a Dutch website, and if you go to the home page and you scroll down, you can find expected runway use. This is Dutch for expected runway use, and if you click on the read more, it will tell you the runway configurations expected to be in use later today. So from 1 till 2, landings on 18 right and 18 center, and takeoffs from 18 left. So they are going to use the 18 runways all throughout the upcoming hours, or at least that's what they're expecting. Current runway use is lvnl.nl, and over there you can also find the current runway use, and here it says runway 24 is open, so that's quite interesting. There's also a tracker that you can go to see inbound traffic and the runway assignments. That's this website. And the website I'm now on is that website. If you click, for instance, on Turkish here, you can see it says here Polderbaan. It means that the Turkish A330 is going to be landing there. There's also Air Baltic that is also assigned to Polderbaan. Now, and if you also want to see where expected airplanes leaving are going to be going to, you would have to look at which one was that? This one. If you type in the numbers of the flight that you're interested in over there, you will find the runway assignment. Now, I'm not going to show you because otherwise I'm not going to be able to follow the airplane now landing. And it is a 777. This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 777-300 7 hours and 56 minutes on the way. The PHBVV, Bravo Victor Victor, 5 years old, first flight December 2020. So yeah, the Emirates A380 probably is going to land on the center runway then. And runway 18 left is in use for departures. The 7478 that we saw land here earlier today is now leaving again. Hey RDW, goedemorgen, good to see you again. And A Beaver Productions, tuning in from Terwolde, goedemiddag. Davey, also back, goedemiddag Davey, good to see you again mate, hope all is well. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow and bring in more people in future streams. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. It's Friendly Folk over here. Don't be afraid to say hi. Hello, Lisa, also back in the chat. The Belgians are invading the chat. Welcome back, one and all. Narrowbodies for the time being. 3 more that we have to endure before the next widebody, the Turkish A330, is going to be landing here. The shit truck is still there, and I'm looking around. Are there more trucks underway? They don't seem to be underway. Now, the tractor is still able to go on about and fertilized the field, or is he standing still now? I think... No, he's moving. If we zoom in a bit more, we can probably hear it as well. That's what it sounds like over there. Tiger Noor says that there's a C-17 coming in from the southeast. It's east of Eindhoven just now. Is it flying towards Schiphol? Or is it going to be passing very far to the south or to the north from where we are standing right here? It's an A321neo from KLM, flight 1502, arriving from Madrid. 2 hours and 6 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Kilo, Fax K. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in August. It has a nice carrying cabin in the back with nice spacious separation between the cabin and the location the pilots are seated. Don't think that that is coincidental. That's done with a particular reason. It will pass on the east side of Schiphol by the looks of it. Alright, well, if it's in the vicinity of Eindhoven, it is still pretty far away. Maybe on paper there should be a small contrail stripe visible if I know where exactly I needed to look. Give me a shout out when it is closer by to Schiphol and I'll see if I can maybe spot it. Hopefully we'll be flying on an altitude that it is producing a contrail on. Usually easy to discern because it is a quad, so you usually recognize it by the contrail when it is approaching. Alright, well that looks promising. If the C-17 is going to pass east of Schiphol, I'll be on the lookout. I am seeing something already in the southeast, but to me it looks like it is more in the vicinity of Utrecht than Eindhoven. Could this be it already? Hard to make out from here, but it does look like it is producing more than 2 contrails. I think that may well be the C-17 already. It does seem to be on the trajectory to be passing east of me from where I am standing, so may well be the C-17 already. Me and Lisa also found out that we were able to spot traffic over Norwich from the Netherlands, if it is clear enough. So looking to Eindhoven from here should be relatively easy to do. Polderbaan is closed next week, says Dodo. Thanks for the heads up. That's good news, because that means that there is going to be more traffic on other runways. So it looks like we might be able to go back to the McDonald's then. Because I'm thinking, last time that the Polderbaan was closed, didn't they use runway 27, 0927 as secondary runway, and didn't the center runway act as Polderbaan, so to speak? Good news. Thanks for the heads up, Dodo. And Davey says that the merch arrived safely earlier this week. Is the size to your liking? Is it to your satisfaction, Davey? I hope it is. If it isn't, make sure to return it. Woohoo, Mackie D's. Yeah, indeed, Jeff. I must say, I'm always happy whenever runways go into maintenance, because it means that things get more interesting at the other locations. Schiphol is too damn effective and efficient. It would be good if Polderbaan closed indefinitely. But then again, I am in a real minority with that opinion. Having said that, I'll drink to that. Right, the C-17, or if it was the C-17, is looking to be coming this way. I also see that the control I was pointing the camera to earlier seems to have made a left-hand turn and is now coming this way. I think I can discern 4 engine exhaust stripes now. First up, Turkish flight 1957, which is returning from Istanbul, Turkey. And while following this airplane, we are automatically transitioning to the part of the sky I think now the C-17 is in. If that's not the C-17, I don't know what is. What it is. And the size is good, excellent. Happy to hear that. I hope you're going to enjoy the merch, Davey. And thanks again for the support. Head over to the merch shop if you also are interested in any possible merch. Earlier this morning I already showed you what I am currently wearing. A nice hoodie, a nice hat. Nice and warm. Although the premium organic hoodie that I am wearing is pretty true to size, if you are a bit bigger, or if you usually have a size up, if you want a comfortable fit, it may be best to order one size up. I find that these hoodies are a bit more for people with a slimmer build and not necessarily for those who are built more athletically. They still fit, but it's more slim fit than a relaxed fit. It's the C-17, all right. The C-17 is going to be passing south of me, currently in the sky, right here. Right there, in the meantime, I'm landing here. Ryanair using the reversers as well. So the first C-17 of today's show. Yesterday we saw 2, so that's 3 out of 2 streams for now. That makes C-17s being filmed more frequently than Emirates A380s here on the ground. Going back to the top end of optical zoom with my camera would be here. Every bit of zooming in I do from here on forward is digital zoom. So this is all digital zoom, enhancing pixels, which is why things start to look so pixelated if I continue zooming in. This is once again back on the top end of optical zoom, which is roughly equal to 600 millimeters of full frame. Hey! And more traffic over there as well. BizJet going to the Schiphol Oostbaan. It's a very eventful stream with a lot to see, not just airplanes landing on the runway we are standing next to, but also in the fields, on the roads, in the water, and also overhead. Air Baltic up next. A220 Bombardier C-Series arriving from Riga. 2 hours underway. It's the Yankee Lima Charlie Sierra Golf CSG. 8-year-old airplane. First flight July 2017. Erik, goedemiddag. Dodo has to pretend to be working again. See you later, man. And enjoy your day. It's almost 1 o'clock now. The Emirates A380 is not too far away anymore, nor is the moment that we are going to get parallel arrivals, I imagine. The next airplanes on the glide slope are over there. And let's have a quick look on flight radar. There it is. Emirates A380, here it is. Expected around 1:13. It's probably been assigned to the center runway already, or is it coming to this runway? If you guys already announced it, I must have missed it. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel grow. Shit's still rolling over there. Slowly but surely. I wonder how long it will take for the farmer or the driver of the tractor to cover the entire field over here. Because this is like walking tempo, so if you have to go back and forth numerous times, it will take you a few hours at least. Just curious. Center? Okay, thanks Adi. Yeah, as expected. Time for another widebody, another Delta. Delta Airlines flight 144. Arriving from Seattle, Washington. It's an A330neo. 9 hours and 3 minutes on the way. The November 417 Delta X-Ray. 4 years old, first of February 2022. Davey says, must smell great over there. Well, you're not smelling the shit over here because the wind is blowing from east, well, southeast to northwest. So all the manure smell is being blown away from us. I'm actually not smelling any shit at all over here. As you can see, the airplane's nose is pointing away from us. That's not just because of the shit smell, but it's also because of the wind. Usually when the airplanes are crabbing, they're looking us in the face. They're staring right at us, but now they're basically ignoring us and staring away from us. That's because the wind is blowing from the other side than what is most common here. Nice wheelie. Freya says, this is my first time watching you. Thank you for your entertaining commentary. Well, thank you for your kind words, Freya. It's nice of you to say hi. And I'm happy to hear you're enjoying, and I hope that goes for everybody. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat or ask any questions if you have any. Hopefully you'll keep coming back for more in future streams, Freya. Absolutely lovely to hear. It's a great community over here. I pride myself in the audience that we've built up over the years. It's a mixed bag of people that are tuning in from around the world, around the world, around. From all over, down under, Europe, America, Africa, and Latin America. I think we have viewers from all continents. It's a friendly bunch. You have to not take life too seriously or yourself, because that's also what we do. It's not for everybody. those who it is for, you see that they keep coming back, and we have a very loyal audience, a lot of regulars, and there's always room for new people, particularly during weekdays. Slowly but surely the seats are getting filled. Don't forget Oceania. Well, I said down under, didn't I? I mean, the Aussies and the Kiwis, to me, that together constitutes down under. Oceania wider, yeah. We also have people tuning in from Hawaii. And sometimes the odd visitor to other destinations in the east of Asia. We've yet to have people tuning in from the South Pole. That would be something, wouldn't it? Right, this is KLM Flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen. It's a 737-800. And I'm also seeing a ground vehicle in the vicinity of Haarlem. That's interesting. What's going on with that? BRW 15, I see. That's gone off track and is now in Haarlem if Flight Radar is correct, which it isn't always. Now, in the meantime, memberships being gifted, 10 by Captain Jerry, and it is followed with 5 by Karsten. Gentlemen, thank you both so much. You both really didn't have to do any super chat, any gifting of memberships. Thank you for doing it, but particularly to Jerome, I say you already went over your limit lately, a couple of weeks back. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Karsten, you too. Not necessary. Thank you both so much, though. I hope that the 15 recipients of the gifted memberships that just received a membership will say thank you to the respective gifter. Have fun with the custom emojis. 34 of them, and you can use them all without any constraints. Make sure to have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to the gifter. And I say big thanks again to both Captain Jerry and to Karsten. 15 gifted memberships, 10 by Captain Jerry and 5 by Karsten. Stupendously generous. Sky Express arriving from Athens. All white. Those reversers were being used. Not just idle reverse landing, but definitely used the reversers there. Sky Express, they used to claim Greece's bliss, but they didn't dare to put it on this white one. Another airplane approaching. This is KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. It's a 777-300 9 hours and 38 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor November, the BVN. An 11-year-old airplane, first flight February 2015. Captain Jerry says, vote for Kipcorn and smokestack emojis. Mate, you still have one custom emoji that you can pick. Because of the many gifted memberships from a couple of weeks back. I think everybody agrees with you having gained the right to pick a custom emoji yourself. So if you have a preference, and if you also know which one you would want to retire, do let me know. Now, the rest of the members can still vote. Until May 9th. to decide whether or not you would want new emojis, and if so, which, well, we first need to establish if we want to renew emojis. It's going to take a while before we're going to get more emojis. So if you guys want new emojis, we'll have to retire one or more of the old ones. The vote open still is to decide whether or not we need to go ahead with changing emojis. After you guys have voted and the poll will close, we can decide on next steps. If you guys choose to replace emojis, then of course the question becomes which emojis need to be retired and which ones do you want instead. Now, Captain Jerry went massively overboard with gifting memberships a couple of weeks back. I think it was more than 170, more towards 200. Insane. And everybody agrees that buys you the right to decide which emoji you want to retire and which you want instead. Air France in the foreground, an A320 arrival from Paris, an E2 Embraer arrival from Toulouse behind it. I am zooming out on Flight Radar to see where the Emirates A380 is at. That's already on final, and I can see it. It's right there. Emirates Flight 147 arrival from Dubai, going to the wrong runway, unfortunately. On a day like today, that was to be expected. Air France landing in the foreground. And the bathtub with wings, the flying bathtub, is over there. It's Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai. Number 10 on Flight Radar, tracked by 851 people. 7 hours and 21 minutes on the way. So it still flies a different route. Because normally speaking, it would have taken around 6.5 hours to get here. And ever since the geopolitical things went down in the Middle East, they are flying, well, after temporarily not flying at all, at least they're now resurfacing Amsterdam on a daily basis. So 7 hours and 22 minutes on the way. This is the Alpha 6 Echo Echo Bravo. It's a 13-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in May 2012. Sean, good afternoon. Valentijn, goedemiddag. So we can go a little overboard with the digital zoom here. I'm going to increase the drag setting just a bit more to get more stable footage. E2. This is Gigi asks, why do they land on the other lane and not the Polderbaan? It's because it is now past 1 o'clock, and here at Schiphol there's constantly peak hours for inbound and outbound traffic. When there is a peak for inbound traffic, 2 runways are open for inbound traffic. And between 1 and 2 o'clock there is a peak for inbound traffic. And that means 2 runways open up, not just the Polderbaan, but the center runway as well in this case. And everything arriving from the east, such as this Emirates, will then go to the eastmost runway at Schiphol Airport. And everything arriving from the west will go to the westmost runway, which today is the Polderbaan. So if this airplane had arrived before 1 o'clock or would arrive here after 2 o'clock, it would have landed on the Polderbaan. Yesterday, the secondary runway between 1 and 2 o'clock was the Kaagbaan. And Kaarbaan was open for traffic from the west, and Polderbaan was open for traffic from the east. So yesterday we were lucky, but that had to do with the runway use. If center is open, the Polderbaan is not going to see the A380. If the Kaarbaan is the secondary runway, it's probably going to the Polderbaan still. But if it arrives before 1 o'clock or after 2 o'clock, it's almost certainly going to go to the Polderbaan if it is open for arrivals. So in the winter time, you see that the airplanes are landing at the Polderbaan much more regularly than in the summertime, which we are currently in. And that's because in Dubai they don't switch hours between summer and winter time. That's only we over here in Europe. And that has effect for the time of arrival. It differs between the summer and the winter here in the Netherlands, and that makes all the difference between seeing it regularly on the Polderbaan or not. Now, is there anything interesting coming this way anytime soon? Because the Emirates A380 has landed now, and I know that the next 747 was not going to be here before 4 p.m. and I'm not going to stick around until then. Captain Jerry once again gifting 5 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much though. If you are one of the recipients of Captain Jerry's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. 34 of them for the entirety of a month. So have fun with them, get creative and use them with creativity. 600 likes, says Captain Jerry. Is that so? Is that also the reason for the gifted memberships? Thank you so much, Jerome. And thank you all so much for 600 likes. That's 60% of an airplane dance in the pocket. If things keep going like this, in one of the upcoming weekend days, we might actually get another airplane dance like this. Shit's resupplying here, and have a look.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Here he goes again, injecting manure, fertilizing the land that they prepped yesterday. They cultivated the land yesterday. It was rough, plowed land. And yesterday we could see the preparations. The land is now much smoother. And they're also injecting manure into the field. We're expecting rain in the upcoming days, so I'm wondering if they are going to be sowing next week after the rain has dropped, or if they are going to go ahead and also start sowing so that the fields are sown before the rain starts falling tomorrow. Pierre, good day, salut, and good day, Carlos. Now, Emirates cargo is expected at 1:30, says Carlos. That's probably going to go to the central runway, isn't it? Where is it arriving from? Is it arriving from the west? Because if it isn't, it's going to the central runway. W says, just read in the newspaper, Polderbaan will be closed for yearly maintenance from May 4th until the 12th. Yeah, it was mentioned before, QJ mentioned it, and also Dodo, who works at Schiphol, mentioned it as well. That is extremely good news. Because that will probably mean more action at the McDonald's, which I prefer as a location. But unfortunately, it isn't always as busy as it is when there is a runway closed for maintenance. Schiphol is too efficient with 6 runways, 5 major ones and 1 smaller one for the biz jets. Well, mainly the biz jets. If need be, there are also passenger airplanes, bigger airplanes that can land on it. So we have parallel arrivals now, and that's going to stay in progress until approximately 2 p.m. Looking here on flight radar and zooming out, I can see heaps of airplanes, but it's all narrow bodies. There is one wide body approaching from the southwest now in Belgium. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. That's coming this way. I'm not seeing much more coming this way otherwise. Yeah, the Emirates is coming. That's still in Germany. It's not going to be here anytime soon. Remarkable to see that whenever I zoomed in today in the cockpit, the first officer's hand was not on the control panel, which is usually where they keep their hands. How many times we've seen that before. Police is also over here. It's the BMW from the Buitenbewaking Schiphol, which is the outdoor guards of Schiphol, the outer terrain, so to speak. The periphery of Schiphol Airport. It's quite busy with airplanes landing here now on both the center runway and on the Polderbaan. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. We have an Embraer 175 over here arriving from Turin in Italy, KLM flight 1640. Flying parallel to it is the Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux. That's a 737-800. KLM Embraers, there are three types. The Embraer 175, which is featured over here. There is an Embraer 190 and E2 Embraer 195s. Easiest way to discern the three is looking at the winglets. If it doesn't have any winglets and big engines, instead it is an E2 Embraer, and if it has outward facing tall winglets like this, it's an Embraer 175. If it has more upright and shorter winglets, it is an Embraer 190. Let me see if we can also find an example of that. Not here, this is a 737. Comes equipped with a carrying cabin in the back. Wolfgang is indicating that there is a Lufty A340 entering from the west. In a few minutes. Right, here we have another KLM Embraer. This one does not have winglets, it has big ass engines, so this is an E2 Embraer. E2 Embraer 195. Big carrying cabin in the back, a big zit, and a hanging belly. Some airplanes are more sleekly built than others. Wolfgang was talking about about a quad, a Lufty quad approaching from the west, but thus far, looking to the west, I'm not seeing anything yet. Could it be that the quad isn't producing a contrail? KLM flight 1932 arriving from Geneva, landing here, 737-800, and another 737-800 flying parallel to it to the center runway. That's KLM flight 1324 arriving from Krakow in Poland. Thought for a moment it was looking a bit odd. It was a stack of papers in the window that we saw. So the 737 over here had a carrying cabin. This one doesn't have one. Makes you wonder. Let's see. The airplane we're now filming is the BXE. April 2000, 26 years old. And the one we saw just now, 18 years old. First flight March 2008. So the older one doesn't have a carrying cabin. The newer one did. But I'm pretty sure I've seen newer airplanes in the fleet that don't have a carrying cabin. So there seems to be a sort of randomness as to which ones are equipped with carrying cabins and which ones aren't. C5, well, Wolfgang is mentioning things and then retracting his messages. I think I now do see the quad from Lufti. It wasn't very apparent to be a quad-engined airplane, but now it is easily recognizable as such. That was the A340, wasn't it? Let's have a quick look. Still on the right side with the sun being on the other side. Does look like an A340, doesn't it? All right, lovely. Hard to miss. Those quads make thick contrails that are hard to miss. It was a bit harder to see when it was still so far out, but the closer it got, the more apparent it became it was a quad after all. Here we have another 737 with carrying cabin returning from Munich. This one is 12 years old. In the meantime, a KLM Embraer 190, but flown by Air France, has landed. Winglets more upright and less big than on the E2 Embraer, on the Embraer 175. Next up is going to be EasyJet. EasyJet back to back with Vueling. Flying parallel to EasyJet is KLM. KLM to, from Gdansk, Poland. Here's the EasyJet and Vueling over there. Vueling, fueling, wheeling, welling, wilding, welling. I've spoken to many people before who all name this carrier differently. First up is EasyJet. EasyJet flight 22163, arriving from Persenchester. 54 minutes underway. The Gasti, Golf Echo Zulu Tango Yankee. 15 years old, first flight December 2010. Gasti. The C5 is on the wrong heading. Get it close enough. Ah, okay. Gilberto, ciao. Good to see you again. G'day, Jin. And goodbye, Michael. Michael has to leave the shit show. It was fun while it lasted. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Now, looking at what is happening here, I am inclined to wrap up after KLM flight 706. Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. This is Hans' favorite, Vueling, arriving from, where was it? I was zoomed out too much. Barcelona. Zoomed out on Flight Radar to see what was flying into the Netherlands or in the neighborhood of the Netherlands. Is the dot still in place? You might wonder. The answer is yes, obviously. Life as we know it hasn't yet come to an end, which automatically means that the dot is still in place. Now, it's like yesterday, rather busy here. Quite a few people. They all brought their own seats with them. Experienced people, people with big lenses, people with tripods, doggos, cooling bags, walking aids, seats, and on the other side it's no different. Check it out, it is like a Sunday on the Polderbaan on regular days. Another tripod set up over there as well. Families with young children. It's a school vacation week here in the Netherlands, and you can probably tell by the audience being here, considering it is a Friday. Now, interestingly, even though it is Labor Day in the Netherlands as well, we don't celebrate it. The only thing we celebrate is work. No, Labor Day in Europe is being celebrated with a day off in most countries except for the Netherlands. It looks like a temporary... Ah yeah, there's a runway inspection in progress. I was just about to say there's nothing coming to the Polderbaan temporarily. That can only mean one thing, and that means inspection of the runway by bird control. More viewers tuning in from the States as well by the looks of it. Pipe Organs, good morning. And good morning to Colibri Flyer. Welcome to the channel. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the runway colloquially called Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. Primary runway for arrivals, but not the only runway used for arrivals right now. The center runway is also open. Right now, at this very moment, the Polderbaan is temporarily closed because of a runway inspection in progress, which is what I am filming. If you joined later, you may have missed the Apache, no, not the Apache, but the, what was it again? The helicopter we saw this morning. Come on. Chinook. The Chinook. We saw a 747 land here. We also happened to see the A380, but it didn't land here. It went to the center runway, unfortunately. And K3 is still the bird control on active duty. Now, speaking of duty, a lot of shit has gone down here already. In tanks, and from the tanks via hoses to a tractor in the field over there, also on active duty. Captain Jerry is super chatting, which he really didn't have to do, by the way. Cannot stress that enough. Well, will they cut the vegetation around you? That's a good question, Jerome. Truth be told, I don't know when they're going to do that, because it is the municipality of Haarlemmermeer who is responsible for all that. And I'm not sure when they plan on doing that. Last year when we were here and we were at the place that is now fenced off, they really didn't do anything, I think, until after autumn had begun. They didn't do anything in the spring, they didn't do anything in the summer. So I'm a bit afraid that it's going to be a while before things are going to be cut down again. So we may well have to bring our own bush trimmer with us next time we're coming over. A smelly show it looks like, but it wasn't, Michael. It hasn't been, because the wind is blowing all the fart smells away from us. Now the wind is from the south-southeast, so that means that everything is blown away. The wind is coming from over there, and the wind is moving things in the direction I'm now pointing the camera in, so all the manure smells are being blown away from me. If it were westerly wind, it would have been a different story, and it probably would have smelled here quite severely. Even though the injecting that they do these days with the manure makes it that the shit isn't airborne that long and cannot spread that far, the smell still is pretty strong. Set it on fire, says Wolfgang. Yeah, well, I'm not part of the military police, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that. Apparently, if you work for defense, Ministry of Defense in the Netherlands, it's all well and good. Well, formally they still have to investigate if the fires were correlated to the army practicing. James Bond would say, shaven, not furred. Ooh. All shit to Zwanenburgbaan, indeed, Peter. Although the bird controller is almost done with the patrol, he's still on the runway as we speak. Hey, the Sam is also back. Good to see ya. Is Caleb Flight 706 going to the center runway, or is that the first arrival here on the Polderbaan? Seems that the bird controller is now off the runway again. Could you guys have a look on omgevingsinfo? KLM Flight 706. Should be over there somewhere. Yeah, you're right, Davey. We also heard it on the news yesterday that the Belgians are helping. I think the Germans and the French are too. In the Netherlands, all of a sudden, things have got pretty warm and fiery. Now, in all honesty, there are several large fires still in progress, and the firefighters, the Dutch firefighters, are doing all they can, but it's quite a lot to handle on their own. So we're getting international help, international rescue. It does look like KLM Flight 706 is turning in for the Polderbaan. I'm not sure if we can see it from here. Stupid question. Of course we can. Don't be such a... Retard. Hey! More shit. That's the third type of truck that we've seen already. I thought it was the yellow and blue exclusive domain, but shit's coming from more places than one. Category 2 shit. It's category 2 shit. No. I'm not sure about that. Category 2. My shit is always category 1. Nothing but the best. I make the best poop ever. Ah, going for a swim. Nice swim in the brown water. Yeah, it does look a little like a beer can, doesn't it, Wolfgang? With the weather today, I could definitely go for a little cold beer. Jeez. Well, I don't think I would want to drink the beer that's coming out of this can, Wolfgang. Better skip this one. It's category 2, it's not even category 1. Boop, there it is. Indeed, pink fork. Oh boy. The banter is high again these days. Oh, that was autofocus. Let's go back to manual. And focus set to infinity. Oh no! KLM flight 706 is going to the center runway. You bastards! You bastards! God damn it. God damn it. Oops, I did it again. From Sydney Spears. Han asks, if you were in manure up to your neck, would you duck if I threw a stone? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, it depends on how accurately you can throw stones, Han. Are you going to throw a brick or just a small kidney stone? Anyway, I already said I was going to stick around until this airplane had landed. There's not much else coming this way. Or are there? Wait, no. We do still have a couple of wide bodies coming this way. A couple of triples over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Let's see. Yes, those are still coming this way. Might as well stick around until those have landed. KLM Flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. And 760 is arriving from San Jose. Two triples that are definitely going to be coming this way. Unless they keep runway 18 right closed, but I don't think they will. Huh? Paul says that Lufthansa A319 is coming here. That means they're going to close the runway early. It means that KLM Flight 1138 arriving from Dublin is probably going to be the last airplane to the center runway for now. That is good news. At least they'll close the runway a bit sooner than... Or is it going to, do you mean it's going to the center runway? Or were you referring to the Lufthansa A319 coming to the Polderbaan? Hi.
Heb jij die hoodies ook als merchandise?
Wat zeg je?
Heb jij die hoodies ook als merchandise?
Die hoodies heb ik ook als merchandise, absoluut. Jazeker. Dat is op mijn YouTube kanaal, AMS Live. Als je daar naartoe gaat, dan heb je een menuutje. Lives, video's, shorts. En daar staat ook shop.
Okay.
tussen. En als je daarop klikt, dan word je doorgeklikt naar de merchandise store van Spreadshirt. Dan kun je al deze dingen, je kan ze in verschillende varianten kopen. Je hoeft niet per se aan twee kanten er wat op te hebben. Je kan kiezen wat je zou willen. Dit is een premium hoodie, premium organic hoodie. En als je normaal een medium of een groot hebt, dan kun je die ook bestellen. Hij zit wel een beetje meer slim dan, zou ik maar zeggen, relaxed. Dus als je hem relaxed wil hebben, dan kun je hem beter een maat groter bestellen.
Oké,
Maar de pad, al die dingen, dat is allemaal in de merch store te verkrijgen. En dan kun je naartoe via het YouTube kanaal.
ja, dan gewoon via computer zelf of via tv.
Ja, nee, nou ja, je kan ook op de telefoon kun je doorklikken, maar je kan er overal naartoe. Als je naar het kanaal gaat, dan vind je gewoon dat menu waar je de video's kan vinden, de shorts, de community dingen en zo. En een van die dingen, dat is dan de shop.
Oké, nou heel goed, dankjewel.
Ja, hartstikke graag gedaan. Hey, fijne dag. Dank je. That was me answering a question of a gentleman who is also here, who came up to me, who wanted to know if the hoodie is for sale in as merchandise. So I explained to him that everything he saw on me is in the merchandise store. I also told him how to get there. So this is KLM flight 1138 going to the center runway, and it looks like it is the last to the center runway. That means that earlier than normal they are already going back to the Polderbaan as exclusive runway for arrivals. That's good news for us. It means that everything arriving from the east and from the west is coming to us again, including a Lufthansa A319 arriving from Frankfurt, which is now number 2. There are also 2 airplanes over there, and of course number 2 is being deposited here in the field next to me as well. Michael DCA says, I still can't get merch shipped to the US. That is odd. That is odd because Captain Jerry and also Steven, Just Play Nuts, certainly were able to buy and get merch shipped to the United States. So I'm wondering why that is the case, that Michael is unable to get merch shipped to the US. Or was that before all the tariffs and stuff started to go down? Is that it? Is it now because of tariffs that people in the United States are unable to procure any merchandise? I'm not sure. I'm relieved to see that the yellow and blue has returned. Old Faithful, Class 1, Category 1 poop. A year ago, right. Well. So Jerome used the UK website. I'm not sure, Michael, if you did as well. I think you did, didn't you? Oh, it would be silly if it were because of the tariffs and whatnot that it's not possible anymore. Right, this is Lufthansa flight 992, arriving from Frankfurt in Germany. A cool 45 minutes flight time usually, this time 42 minutes only. If you go from here to Frankfurt by car, you'll be driving for 4 to 5 hours at least. if you don't have any traffic jams in the underway. Half a work day underway, and just a commute, a simple 40-minute commute with airplane, by airplane. And indeed on a truckload of relief. It's quite a lot of shit that's going into the field. Still going strong there. Meanwhile, another E2 Embraer 195 is arriving here. Big ass engines, no winglets, quite easy to recognize. Cabin cabin in the back. Arriving from Bilbao, which is in the north of Spain, in Basque. Flight time, therefore, not as long as when the destinations are more to the south in Spain or Portugal for that matter. 1 hour and 41 minutes on the way. Cabin cabin over there. Very spacious. I think this is a twin jet that is flying south of me, west to east. Yeah, from there it is really hard to discern. It does look like it is a twin jet, but more than that I'm unable to see. Unable to make out. KLM flight 1006 arriving from London Heathrow, followed by Transavia, which is returning from Reykjavik in Iceland. And 3 C-17s flying in the vicinity of Peter K. That's interesting. Are they all moving in the same direction, or is one coming and another one going? KLM flight 1006, an A321neo arriving from London. You may be wondering, London? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Flight time 39 minutes. Nominal flight duration. Usually London Amsterdam averages around 40 to 45 minutes. This airplane is brand new, means less than a year old. First flight was in November. It's the Vexel. Papa Hotel, Alpha X-Ray Lima. Hans, goedemiddag. Jonas, good afternoon. United 777, Houston to Frankfurt. Thanks for looking it up, Jonas. And they are moving in the same direction, okay. Well, that's even more interesting. Hans, good afternoon, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan. The wind is still there. I do get the impression it is calming down a little. Makes me wonder what the meter is saying with respect to the wind right now. Well, the meter is still saying it's 14 knots of wind. Let me also go and update the meter in the ticker while behind the laptop. So, latest meter in the ticker right now, EHAM, Schiphol Airport. The time and date of the report. The 1st of the month, 11:25 Zulu time is the time of the report. 40 knots of wind from 150 degrees. The wind direction is variable between 120 degrees and 180 degrees. CAV OK means ceiling and visibility are okay. Temperature has risen to 21 degrees Celsius. roughly 72 Fahrenheit. The dew point is 1 degree above zero. The air pressure is 1023 hectopascals, and no SIG means no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. In the meantime, we have front row seats for the shitstorm that is about to go down. So I am going to turn around the camera, because right here it's going down. Yummy, yummy. So a more liberal spread on the side and a more focused injection in ridges in the center makes me wonder if the machine is in part defective, or oh wait, no, now it does look like it is injecting everywhere, so probably had to do with the hose over there, the excrement hose filled with shit. Ridges of shit. Beach Boys with poop vibrations. Olaf asks, can you still stand that smell? Mate, it's not smelly over here. That's the thing. The wind is blowing away from us. Normally speaking, the wind would be from the west, but since it is from the southeast, the poop smell is being blown away from us. No issues withstanding the smell, because there is none. Now, where are those triples? Question answered. Here's the first. This is KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. Let's see. Yeah, Emirates is also approaching. Very nice. KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. 10 hours and 54 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Foxtrot BVF, a 15-year-old machine. First flight January 2011. Not really a wheelie to ride home about. Flap surfaces, quite clean as they almost always are. And no full reversals, please. We have to avoid spraying. Indeed, Dirk. Indeed. Think of the streamers. Won't somebody please think of the streamers? All right. I'm zooming out. Will be a while before another widebody is arriving after the 2 widebodies that are approaching right now. So I am going to wrap up after Emirates will have landed. Should be out again tomorrow with another stream in the morning hours. There are warnings issued already for the entire country tomorrow for thunderstorms. Though these are not expected in the morning hours, last time I checked. I will of course recheck. If there are thunder showers already expected in the morning hours, then obviously I am going to think twice before going out. I have to make sure we're not getting struck by lightning while streaming. Very undesirable outcome. No, but if all is well, it should only we only run the risk of thunder showers later in the afternoon, and I thought even late afternoon and evening. Not really in the morning hours. It usually is something that happens more as the day progresses. So if all is well, I should be able to do another live stream tomorrow. I don't know yet where I'm going to go to. I've gone to Polderbaan now twice, 2 days in a row, so I'm thinking Kaagmaan would make sense to go to. If they are not using the Kaagmaan like they haven't today or yesterday, there's not much left to choose from. Ah, the early evening, right? Rain expected in the evening, yeah. So, like I said, there were issues already warnings already issued, but if all is well, that should not interfere with our streaming hours tomorrow morning. What is that? The Schiphol crocodile? That is an odd way for a duck to be moving. What on earth? Is that an injured duck or something? It was a peculiar way to be moving about in the water. Undercover duck, yeah. Bro is locked in. An alligator, yeah, that's also what I was wondering, Gilberto. A sub duck, undercover duck. Now, in all honesty, that wasn't a hurt duck, was it? Or scuba duck, hiding from the smell. He's ducking the smell. I hope it's all right. It doesn't look like it was normal behavior. Right, the 3 last airplanes of today's show are visible in this shot. I am going to wrap up after these 3 will have landed. So we have Swiss in the foreground, the Bombardier C-Series 100. And after that, 2 triples, KLM Flight 760 arriving from San Jose. And after that, Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center. Right, this is Swiss Flight 728 arriving from Zurich. Bombardier C-Series 100, aka 8220. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes. Nine-year-old airplane already. First flight June 2016. Makes me wonder when the first A220 / Bombardier C-Series rolled off the conveyor belt. Probably not much earlier than that. Now, this is a duck who has more buoyancy by the looks of it. Donald is over here. Was here. Also doesn't want to be filmed. They're all camera shy all of a sudden. I wonder why that is. Right, penultimate airplane of today's show, KLM Flight 760, arriving from San Jose. 777-200, 10 hours and 12 minutes on the way. The PHBQD, Bravo Quebec Delta, 22 years old, first flight December 2003. And in the meantime, Jörg went ahead gifting my 5 memberships. What are you doing, mate? You really didn't have to do that. Massively big thanks to Jörg, aka JD, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Have fun with the 34 custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you if you are one of the recipients of a gifted membership. KLM 777. 2 Karen cabins in the front and in the back, respectively, for narrow Karens. Again, thank you so much, Jörg, for 5 gifted memberships you really didn't have to give. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Have fun with the custom emojis. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen, Emirates Sky Cargo. It's arriving from Dubai World Center and it comes equipped with ribbon tail, which is also a custom emoji for you guys to be using. Flight time has been 7 hours and 39 minutes, so Emirates Sky Cargo 2 takes a different route than normally would have been the case. Usually they would have averaged around 6.5 hours to be getting here. 777 freighter, now 7 hours and 39 minutes underway. The airplane is a year old, first flight February 2025. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot X-Ray. Taking a small sip of vodka to drink to that. That was the last airplane for today, ladies and gentlemen. On that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys also enjoyed the show. If you did enjoy the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like on your way out. It will help immensely to grow the channel. Massive big thanks to everybody who supported in other ways than just a like. Thanks for all the super chats, the super stickers, the many gifted memberships again in today's stream. And thanks to those who became a member themselves or renewed their membership. Thanks to everybody. Thank you also moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. I should be out again tomorrow in the morning hours. Though I don't know yet where I will be going to, but you can rest assured, unless there is shit going down with the weather, you can catch me then. For now, I'm going to say goodbye and to stay in tune with today's theme. Smell you later.